Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody, or should I say afternoon? Good afternoon to all y'all. Thank you so much for joining me. We are here for another day of the Lori Vallow trials. Yes, Lori Vallow is getting ready to start. We are waiting for that to happen. In the meantime, I'm trying to pull it up right now. I'm sorry. I wanted to look back at the previous witness on the trial yesterday so we can kind of get a recap or kind of get a refreshing of who that was and what they were talking about. Let me see, day 2. There we go. And just so you know, we have started our verdict watch for Cemetery trial. Yay! Now, Daniel Coons was on the stand. He was in the Lori Vallow trial yesterday. Hold on a second. So, I'm sorry, someone was looking to see if they left something in there. Hello, Elena, Haley, Mouse, June, my first 3 people in chat today. Thank you so much for joining me in chat. I greatly appreciate it. Okay, so yesterday, Coons was on the stand. He is a retired state witness. Let me get it big so I can see what I'm doing. PD, a detective. And they were going over the evidence, going through the house, what they photographed, what they didn't photograph, why they didn't photograph, and all that kind of good stuff. So Lori Daybell was in the middle of cross-examination as this was happening, and they took a break for the day. So I think I'm going to do is start us right about here, just so we
measurement
Yeah.
of how far apart they were.
I want to get a little recap, kind of remind us what we were doing yesterday, and then get us into today. So thank you for that patience. Sometimes it helps to go back and listen to the last couple of minutes of somebody to get a good idea. So we are now in Cemetery Verdict Watch. Now, also in the Sturmer trial day today, they have the fire investigator up on the stand. He's going through why he did what he did, but this is I think this is the defense's. I'm not sure. I have to look again. But They are on their lunch break, so we are doing good. We're doing good. I am not able to cover all these trials at the same time, and we're getting ready to start Karen Reed Tuesday, so hopefully we'll be winding down, or hopefully we will not have the Sturmer trial. I'm hoping they go to verdict today or tomorrow, and then the Sturmer trial, I'm hoping will be done by the time we go into court with Karen Reed. But I will keep y'all posted. And tonight, I may, if I have time, go back and play some of today's hearing for those of us who missed it. Okay. So this is yesterday's end of day testimony.
Where they were a few feet.
So they're a few feet apart.
Yes.
So if he was standing in the same place, would they be a few feet apart or would they be closer?
It depends on a different amount of things, like how was the gun being held? Was it canted to the side? Was it not? What the angle was? Could the shooter have moved? A little, but it would have been the same general vicinity.
But you said he didn't move, according to you.
I said I didn't say he moved.
So he could have moved because they were more than a foot apart, the casings found.
A little, yes. Would have been in the same general area.
So he could have taken a couple steps.
Perhaps. Could have slid the body sideways. Anything that you can do to the body, it could have been done in a short area.
And is that common in, I don't know with shooting, if it's that common with someone to shoot once and then move and shoot again?
Speculation, relevance,
I'll sustain it on speculation.
In your experience as a firearms expert who fires a lot of guns, right? Would that be a common thing to do?
An objection is to speculation as to when, where, circumstances.
All right, I'll sustain the objection as to speculation.
Let's talk about stippling. The first shot, according to you, had stippling. Is that correct?
No,
It did not have any stippling.
none was observed.
And the second shot,
None was observed.
no stippling was observed.
Correct.
Is that what's in the ME's report?
I believe so.
That there was no stippling? Can I have a minute, Your Honor?
So like I said, we are just going out. We may have to go back a little further, but we are watching. Well, I'm gonna take it back just a little further, guys, if you don't.
Protocol to do photographs first.
Taking it back a little further so you get a little more context to what's happening, because he's back on the stand. I will, Miss Haley Mouse. Thank you for the reminder. So what's happening is that I wanted to play a little bit of this because he's getting back on the stand today, and they're going to start right up. So as soon as that happens, I'll get him on. But I just wanted us to get a little recap.
That would be our protocol, yes.
Oh, by the way, my all my social media information should be in the description of this video, but I'll get it posted.
And then what do you do after that? I know that you were searching for the blood in all the rooms. When did that occur?
That occurs after the initial photographs are done, and then we can walk through and look in the particular areas that's been photographed already.
Okay, so the photographs are finished and then you guys kind of walk through.
Or at least finished in an area that we can actually walk through, yes.
Okay. And then when did you set up the tripod after, how long after that?
So the tripod was set up after the area had been photographed. So that way I wasn't interfering with anything. And that way we're not having the tripod in our original photographs.
Oh, right, makes sense. And do you think, so Detective Duncan was with you going through the house?
I believe he was there, yes.
So it was basically the two of you or three of you going through room by room, or were you split up, or how does that work?
We would have divided and conquered a little bit to make the search a little bit more expedient. But that, again, you're slowed to the time frame of what it takes to do the overall photographs.
So the photographs took about how long?
I don't ever look at my watch to see how long it takes because it's a big house, as you're aware. And I let the crime scene tech do their job. I don't push them and tell them that TikTok, there's nothing like that. It's do your job, we'll follow along.
Okay, and you guys started that process at about 11:45?
I think the actual time would have been closer to noon that we would have started that process.
And about how long did it take to go through the whole house, and about how long was that process?
Again, for me, I don't document how long it takes for any particular task because each scene is different. I just focus on doing the tasks. I rarely take a look at my watch to see how much time I'm spending on it because I want to do the job. I don't care about the time it takes.
And you did not pick up any of the evidence that was marked. That wasn't part of your protocol, is to take the evidence into custody. Is that correct?
Most of the evidence I did not pick up, correct.
And whose job is that?
Chris.
We usually defer to the crime scene techs to do that. There are times that we will assist them with doing it depending on what the item is.
So that day, was it Jordan who did that? Was he the crime scene tech that took that evidence?
She would have been the one that was collecting at our direction, yes.
And so you kind of pointed out as the detectives, and then they pick it up and...
Correct, because they're trained how to handle evidence, how to package evidence, how to process. So we work in tandem together. We're the investigative body and they're the scientific portion of it.
Makes sense. Okay, what time do you think that well, let's ask this. After you're done with the photos, and then you're done with checking the house, and all of the evidence is picked up and logged, then what else do you do at the house? What else did you do at the house that day?
Well, you just bundled that up into like tiny little package, but it took a long time to get to the point that you're talking about. So my day pretty much involved the scene. As far as ancillary jobs to go somewhere else or do other things, now my day was pretty much spent there on Four Peaks.
Correct. Yeah. So when did you leave the residence then?
We secured from the house sometime between 4 and 4:30 p.m.
And what other tasks did I miss that you accomplished during that 12 o'clock to the 4:30 time? I just don't know what you were doing in there. I'm just wondering.
Well, we identify the proper or the evidence items. We're looking for other evidence items. I am still doing the diagram, so measurements need to be done. We have to wait for the medical examiner to arrive because we can't do anything with the body until they show up. And then once they show up, we pretty much stop with the other projects until we can focus on the body and get the body out of there, because there aren't very many investigators for the medical examiner in the county. So we don't want to tie them up longer than we have to. And then we'll resume searching or identifying information, evidence, collecting it, and working our way to a conclusion where we can leave the scene.
Okay. So after searching the whole entire house, did you guys search the backyard at all?
It was searched.
Did you do that, or did someone else do
I
that?
did not.
Who would have been in the backyard searching?
It would have either been another detective or we would have asked an officer to do it.
And what would they be looking for?
Any blood evidence, anything to indicate based upon the information we had of the event that took place inside that house.
So when you made your assessment, you were able to leave after that assessment was made, that everything was accomplished?
Oh, what assessment are you talking about?
That all the evidence was gathered and collected?
That I was satisfied that we had collected what we needed to collect?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
If we could just have Ms. Vallow move her reports away from the, it's showing.
Oh, is it showing?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, actually, let's just turn that off until we need it. Thank you.
So you stated earlier that the type of weapon that was found was a 45 caliber?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a semi-automatic?
It is.
Okay. How is that different from like a revolver? What's the difference between that?
The build itself, I like to use simplistic terms when I describe what a revolver looks like. Most people are familiar with a Western movie. So the wheel gun, that's a revolver. What you see modern police officers carrying these days are semi-autos. So that's kind of the analogy I give to people that don't know guns.
And what's the difference between when you're shooting a semi-automatic or shooting a revolver, how fast you can shoot? Does that make sense?
The speed on which somebody can shoot is dependent upon the shooter themselves, the skill level they have, the weapon they might be using. There are a lot of circumstances and things that happen to be able to qualify that statement.
Right. And you have taken many gun classes, right, that we heard of?
And I'm an instructor, yes.
And you're an instructor. So when you're taking a gun class, is it common for them to say, is it common that they tell you to shoot center mass? Is that a common term?
That is what we train as police officers, is to shoot center mass. It has the highest probability of guaranteeing a hit on the adversary that you're trying to shoot.
Right. So if you were being attacked, you should point at center mass. Is that correct?
That is what's trained, and because stress can obviously create issues, but yes.
Is it a common term to say to center mass?
No,
In training?
that is something that I've heard, but I wouldn't classify it as common.
Okay, guys, before she begins, I'm going to take a quick comfort break, and when we come back, I hope they will be starting. Till then, we're going to watch this for a minute, catch up, so we're ready for today.
Would you teach that in your class?
It depends on what class is and what we're actually doing. If it's standard officers, no, I don't tell them to always shoot to center mass, no.
If it was a novice who was like taking a gun class for the first time, would you teach them that?
No.
What would you teach them?
You would teach them to shoot till the threat went away, and that can be with one shot. It can be with more than one shot.
Okay, that's fair. So in this particular gun, the 45, when the shells are ejected, where do they go?
Out and away.
So in this particular gun, do they go to the right or to the left?
I have not test fired this particular gun. I believe that most semi-automatics do eject the casings out to the right. Whether it's high right, low right, I'm not sure. It could be farther forward, it could be farther back. I did not test fire this gun, so I cannot speak specifically to how this particular gun ejects, other than most likely to the right.
But it could go to the left?
No, not the way the ejection port is set up.
So no guns that are 45s could go to the left?
Certainly, you could have a left-handed gun set up that it would eject that way. But the way this particular gun is set up, the ejection port dictates which way that's going to go. When the slide cycles back and that extractor pulls the casing back, the ejector is usually located on the opposite.
Found.
The pictures show where they were found. They're relatively close to the wall, inches away.
I was gonna say inches,
Yes,
not feet, but inches.
correct.
And so would that be a normal trajectory from hitting the wall to where they landed?
I am not surprised by seeing that, yes.
According to how fast they would be going. How fast does a casing come out of a gun? I don't really know.
I've never chronographed a casing coming out of a gun. I've only chronographed bullets. So I have no idea how fast a casing comes out. It doesn't come out with enough force to really hurt anybody.
So there weren't any divots in the wall or anything like that because,
There could be microscopic divots, but it'd be very difficult to find.
and you didn't find any that were visible to the eye.
Nothing that's caught my eye, no.
So were you there at the time when Alex did the walkthrough?
Yes, ma'am?
And so you were there. Did he describe where he was standing?
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did he show you physically where he was standing?
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
Was there a wall right next to where he was standing?
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm not asking for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm saying he observed this person standing in that place.
Well, you can ask him if he observed Mr. Cox standing in that place.
Okay, did you observe Mr. Cox standing in the room where he told you that the gun was?
I observed him standing in the vicinity that he indicated.
And was that in the hallway or in the main room?
No, I'm going to object to hearsay. It's non-testimonial,
Right.
but it is still hearsay.
If the question is in relation to Mr. Cox showing or recreating or demonstrating, then the objection is sustained.
Where did you observe Mr. Cox standing when he went through the walkthrough to?
Well, that's the,
Okay, let's talk about this because there's a lot of people who don't know a lot about this stuff. And there are some people from countries that they're not permitted to have weapons. I have multiple. I am a licensed. I'm not just some Joe Blow. I've gone through quite a bit of training. I'm nowhere near police officer training, but I have gone through training. I did have an FBI agent teach me how to shoot, retired FBI agent teach me how to shoot. So I'm not naive to what they're talking about. So I guess what I'm saying is this. If I'm a right-handed, my right hand goes around. This is the thingy you pull. I have to be careful with my terms. And then the other hand cups around that. And this is how you hold normally a hand-led shooter. Okay. So a lot of people who are not trained hold it like this. Or maybe at the butt or whatever. I'm going to use my left hand as the actual weapon because I need it to describe something. So this is my left hand. This is the outer side of the weapon. This is the inside of the lead shooter. The casing that you got within my hand, you have what's called a magaz, and it holds the lead. It is by spring fed upwards. When you pull the trigger, it slides back and ejects the casing. When that casing gets ejected, it actually ejects to the right on most leads because there's a little cutout and it comes back and ejects to the right. There are very few left-handed lead shooters. I know lead shooters are pretty universal. You can right hand, left hand. The only difference is which direction that the casing gets ejected. Your standard, non-altered, non-specific left-handed weapon casings eject normally to the right and right back. Some left-handed people struggle with that because the casing is now coming out and hitting more on their shoulder versus a right-handed person. They're holding it a little more differently because your left-handed is usually targeting this way where your right-handed is targeting different. It's not a big difference. I is one. Hi, honey. Am I not correct, honey? And if I'm not correct, it's okay and safe to say so. Oh, I've had them down my shirt. Oh, gosh, yes. I was standing next to a person that was doing their lead shooting and it went down. It ejected. And I was on their right-hand side and the casing ejects to the right and went down my shirt and I got a burn. And not too bad, just a little, but it was not comfortable. So she is trying to get to the point, and I said it yesterday. I was so proud of myself. I said it yesterday before she did, that she's wanting to know which direction the casing is exiting the weapon because then she's going to ask, where was the casing found in conjunction to the victim? So if I am facing you, so me and the camera is the victim, and I'm facing, so theoretically I'm pointing this at myself. And the victim is now in front of me like this, and the casing ejects to my right. That means it should be on the victim's left. That is why she's going through all this, because she's trying to ascertain as to where. Oh, we have stuff going on in day 3. Oh, we are going live in day 3. I'll get that in just a second. Boy, they hopped in quick. I was in the restroom. We're only a minute or two behind. So by it was ejected to the shooter's right, the victim's left. What is now going to happen is they're going to be talking about when 911 was called and everybody came in. What is a probability or possibility that the casing was kicked around and was not actually originally in the location it was found in? We've already listened to the rest of this. They go into the end of day. Now we are into today's hearing, and we're going to start that in a minute. They'll fix their lighting. So one of the bigger things that she's talking about is the location of the casing and why it would eject to the right or to the left. I don't know why she's harping so much on a left-handed weapon. The weapon was not a left-handed weapon, and there are very few of those. I mean, I don't know. I don't know anybody who's had a left-handed semi-automatic weapon. So those are special. 99.9% all eject to the right, and that's where she is. So now we're going into today. So let me get that banner off. We're going to get this one up, and we are on today's hearing. Let's get the volume on. I'm going to close that out. We are now 30, 40, about 45 minutes into the verdict watch for Cemetilly. Thank you guys so much for joining. I appreciate each and every one of you on X in the alternate jurors, my alternate juror page on X, and my Ada K page on YouTube. Again, thank you so much for joining. This is testifying retired Detective Daniel Coons, and Lori Daybell will be continuing her cross at this time. You got to be careful with what you say, honey. Be careful how you print that. Yes, you do. I had a pig read the S P30 that I had some work done to make it a left-handed, but they are not a common. What? You're not left-handed, honey. Are you left-handed? I could have sworn I saw you writing with your right hand. Are you a left-hand shooter? Now, I am a left dominant. I'm a left-handed, not when it comes to handguns, rifles. When it comes to rifles, I am a left-handed shooter or lead shooter, and I am left eye dominant when I do rifles because I had shoulder surgery, so I can't do right-handed. Now, when it comes to handguns, I'm all, oh, shoot. Hand-led shooters. Rules. Pay the rules. Got to pay the rules, Miss Ada. When I am a handheld lead shooter, I am a right eye and right hand dominant. Carol, don't get offense, but I am going to delete your comment just in case, because you described a lead shooter, and I don't know if YouTube is going to nail me for it. So we showed it, we talked about it, and I'm going to delete it. All right, I have volume all the way up here. I have volume all the way up here, and we are waiting for court to begin. And once again, thank you so much for joining. I am keeping an eye on like I said, Monica Cemetilly. Verdict watch is 49 minutes, now just 50 minutes. Diane will not be able to join us today for interpretation. If you are deaf and you would like interpretation, please put interpretation, please. I will start signing greatly. You can't use the word SHOOT, baby. You need to be careful. I know you got to learn the terms. I would put I hoot, left-handed, and I'm ambidextrous in writing. That's cool to know. But yeah, we got to be careful with the SOO, or you can put SOOT to abbreviate it. Why are we having no sound? I guess we're still waiting for the jury. Bring the jury. We're waiting for the jury. Oh, it looks like the jury is coming in, or he's going down. He's coming off. I don't know. Oh, he's looking at something. He's looking at something. We got a male court reporter today. I got to tell you, I really feel bad for these guys with some of these court cases. Anybody who has done stenography kind of work or closed captioning, it is not an easy job. My hats go off to you. I lost the nails yesterday. Yeah, I have not had an opportunity to go in and get them done. And once they grow out to a certain point, it's cheaper for me to take them off and get them put back on than it is to pay for the same price for fills. It's the same for fill when it gets to a certain length. It's easier for me to just take them off. And I'll go get them on again later. I just haven't had the opportunity. Okay, Doom, 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 doom. I can write left-handed, but it looks like a child. Well, same here. I do loads of other things left-handed, though. I am too. Oh, thank you. I am too. Oh, let me pull up my chats. Let me do that. Let me pull up my chats. That would help me a little bit. I didn't think about that. Let me get my chats up so I can see. See, I have a chat window for my StreamYard, but then I also have the actual live chat window also for YouTube, so I can see what channel, what's still there, what's not there. Okay, let me bring this over here. We're going to move. I am so blessed to have multiple screens. I can't wait to get the TV mounted. We tried to mount it on my wall, but unfortunately, the wall here does not have wood studs. It has the cheap metal aluminum type studs, and thus, therefore, it pulled out of the wall. Ah, I know. Go figure. So we're going to have to patch it, touch the wall, put a shelf up, and put the TV on the shelf somehow. Because I need to get my monitoring, my Stream Deck monitor where it has all the different windows where I can sit here and change things on the wall, and then that'll free up a regular monitor so I can have everything I need in front of me and not have to be jumping everywhere. Okay, looks like they're trying to get everything going. Gone. Not a sponsor. Oh, come on. Really? Get the lighting back up. I started reading yesterday a little bit about the Simpson trial that I'm going to start diving into. I'm going to do my best to be more informational on some of these trials. The Simpson trial is a trial that's going to be happening here in Texas, and I hope to be able to actually go into the trial, into the courtroom myself, and witness a little bit, maybe one day of it. And I will set up another live here for you guys to watch it. But this is, if it's in federal court, we will not have a live, and I think this is federal court. So whatever trial's going on, I'll have up the day that I'm gone, and then I'll come in and give you all the skinny and all the information on this trial. He's accused of unaliving his wife. The Monica Cemetilli trial is now 55 minutes in deliberations. She came dressed a little differently this morning, if y'all did not notice. Let me see if I can pull it up and give you a freeze frame. Okay, I'll give you this freeze frame while they're putzing around. This is Monica Cemetilli today in trial. If you notice, she is dressed a little differently. She has no jewelry on. Her hair is pulled back, no clips, no pins, just a little rubber band and a sweater and a shirt. So she is dressed prepared to go straight into the jail. I thought that was kind of interesting. The judge read all of the instructions this morning. I did like how he did it. Let me go see if we have another feed, because for some reason this feed is not giving me any sound for this trial. But yet again, I do not think that they are actually starting yet. But I always have a backup feed. Always have a backup feed, y'all, if I can. Just in case. So let me get this up and going. Let me see how they're doing. Okay, so there appears to be some speaking. Let me play it. Okay, good.
Retired, is that okay if I call you Detective? Detective Coons, I know we didn't really establish yesterday. I know that you're retired. Is that okay if I call you Detective Coons, or would you prefer something else?
Detective is fine.
Okay, thank you. Detective Coons, yesterday you testified.
That was so freaking professional. What the hell? Who's been coaching this woman? If the attorney, her assistant, or paralegal, or whatever you want to call her, is helping her to that extent, hire the woman.
Testified that no stippling was found as a result of the shot on my husband's chest. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, none was found.
Okay. So would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed in his defense interview that there was stippling found in that shot?
Would it surprise me that he had found it? Not necessarily based on the information.
Okay. Would it surprise you if the medical examiner expressed that the shooter would have had to be 2 to 4 feet away for that stippling to be present?
And this is from your interview or from the report?
From the interview.
No, that actually would still be consistent with my observations at the scene.
Okay, great. If someone very muscular like my husband were 2 to 4 feet away from you holding up a bat, would you consider that a threat?
And I would object to speculation, relevance.
Your Honor, I'm asking for his opinion as a professional and as a firearms expert.
He's not, okay.
That goes to the ultimate
hold on.
decision.
The objection is sustained and it calls for a legal conclusion.
It calls for a legal conclusion?
Yes, move on.
I got it, babe. I was moving it on the wrong video.
Were you present, detective, when my husband was shot?
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I still had the other video up and I was moving it and it's like, it ain't working. It ain't working. It's not moving. Sorry. I closed out the other video because they look identical.
Is there a video recording of it?
To my knowledge, no.
So is your opinion then an educated guess about what really happened?
It's based on known facts.
Okay. Were you aware, detective, that my husband and my brother were very good friends?
No, ma'am, I didn't know the relationship.
Did you know that they hung out and played golf together?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm going somewhere with this.
Oh,
What?
I guess.
My follow-up question will explain.
I guess you can answer if you knew that they played golf.
I did not know.
Your Honor, I
In
know
all your
you-
investigation of my life, you never came across this information?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with my husband's wishes for his funeral?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Wow, why are you going with this, honey boo? You're starting to worry me.
Did you learn in your investigation that he named my brother Alex as one of his 5 best friends?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
Did you read the reports in this case?
I did not read all of the reports in this case. No, I've read mine and I've authored mine, but I have not read the other reports.
None of the other reports except for your own?
That's correct.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with the follow-up report you wrote dated July 29th, 2019?
You're going to have to be a little bit more specific.
Did you review your reports in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, but I have not memorized the dates of when I made a report entry.
Okay. Would you like to see it to refresh your recollection?
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and correct copy of your report, Detective?
I believe it is.
And those Bates pages run from what to what, please?
They're obscured in the footnotes of it, but it looks like it's 126 through 131.
Okay. And on the last page of your report, on Bates page 131, you explain what a shored wound is.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you read that underlined portion?
I would object to hearsay to reading it.
Sustained. You can ask him to explain what a shored wound is.
Okay. Can you explain to us what the shored wound is that you explained in your report?
Yes, a shored wound would be a wound created as an exit wound where the projectile is exiting the body and the body is either up against a firm surface or firm material like spandex type thing. That's how it's been explained to me.
Okay. That's fair. You said held in place by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Did you in fact, and it says in your report, did you in fact collect my husband's clothing?
yes,
And you took the clothing, it says, to the property storage facility. Is that correct?
yes, it went to a drying cage.
Okay. Detective, are you familiar with bamboo clothing?
I can't say that I am.
Okay. Were you aware that on July 29th, 2019, my husband was wearing a $200 bamboo workout shirt?
Objection to relevance.
He can answer if he knows.
I have no idea what the cost is.
Are you aware that bamboo is a heavy-duty fabric, not to rip or tear except under extreme conditions?
I've not done any research into bamboo fabric.
Okay. So could this fabric of his shirt have caused the wound to be short?
It could have been a contributor, but it would not have been in this particular case.
Why so?
The body would have been on the floor where the bullet defect was in the floor.
So you just said in your report earlier that a shored wound could be caused by tight clothing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that could not have happened in this case?
The shirt did not appear to be tight clothing to me.
Well, it was made of bamboo, as we established, right? Is that correct?
I am taking your word for it. I do not know that it's a bamboo shirt.
Okay. And you did not investigate that at all?
No, ma'am.
But you had the shirt in your possession,
It was seized as evidence, yes.
and you never checked what kind of fabric it was,
No, ma'am.
and you never checked if that could be a possibility,
Thank you, Haley Mouse.
No, ma'am.
and you knew that spandex was kind of a material that could make that kind of shored mark that you just
Thank you very
mentioned,
much,
correct?
It would have to be super tight clothing.
Super tight clothing,
Yes.
or a fabric that's even stronger than the spandex that you mentioned.
The strength of the fabric, I don't believe, has a huge play in it unless it is form-fitting and
It's a little odd when they start talking about themselves as herself as her husband, my house. I agree. I wish she was a little bit different in that, but we'll see. Sorry.
compressing the skin, much like a hard surface or firm surface would.
Okay. But what you said in your report was that held in place by tight clothing could cause a shored wound.
As has been explained to me, yes.
True.
Okay. Detective, in your report, you mention let's see. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound and not the floor.
I'm going to object to asked and answered.
I'll let him answer.
I don't know if it's possible or not for that particular shirt to have caused a shored wound.
Because you did not do any investigation about the shirt.
He wouldn't know to.
Because the shirt did not appear to be form-fitting and very tight.
Did it cover over the shoulder where the wound was?
It was a full t-shirt at the time.
That's what I'm saying. So was the t-shirt where the wound was on his back, where the bullet exited, was his shirt covering that part of his body?
Certainly.
Okay. Was there a hole in the shirt at that location?
Yes, ma'am.
True, June.
How big was the hole?
The size of the bullet?
So small. Small.
Fabric stretches and contracts. So
Mhm.
it was a bullet size.
Okay. So when you had this shirt and you saw the bullet hole, it was after the shirt had been cut off by the firefighters. Is that correct?
It hadn't been cut off. It had been cut down the middle, down the front,
So just the front was cut. So the back was intact?
minus the defects that we have seen from the bullet and exits, yes.
Okay. So you were able to measure that. Do you have a measurement for those bullet holes in the shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So it is possible that his shirt could have caused the wound, the shored wound.
Object, again, that we've asked and answered this 3 times
Sustained.
now.
Okay, so is it possible that any shirt could have caused a shored wound in any kind of,
And I'm going to object to foundation as to any overly broad.
as an expert?
Let me rule on the objection.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'll sustain the objection.
As an expert and in your professional opinion, could that fabric of his shirt that he was wearing that day caused a shored wound?
Again, I'm going to object to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustain.
In the last paragraph of your report, Detective, you indicate that you were able to confirm your suspicion of the body position at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you mean by suspicion?
Well, at the time, I couldn't see through his body to see the full trajectories, so I did need the information from the autopsy. The trajectory rods helped with that, as well as the doctor's statements. All of that combined did give me the 2 different bullet paths.
Okay. And then, can you tell me, Detective, what happened to my husband's shirt? Do you know where it is now?
The
It
victim.
is in evidence, as far as I'm aware.
And it's, when you looked at it, where was it?
The last I physically saw that shirt was when I handed it off to a crime scene tech to put into a drying cage with the instructions, once it was dry, to have it moved into the property facility.
And so did you see it after it was in the property facility?
No, ma'am, I have not.
So you saw it before it was dried, is that correct?
While it was wet from the medical examiner's office, yes.
And that's when you examined it?
I had seen it at the scene as well.
And then, did you ever examine it?
No, ma'am,
Okay, so you saw it twice.
that's fair.
Okay. So you didn't test it for anything?
I did not.
Did anyone test it for anything?
I
that
do
you're
not
aware
know.
of? That you're aware of?
I do not know.
So you're not aware of it?
Correct. I do not know if anybody else tested it.
Yeah.
Was the wood floor tested for any fragments of the projectile?
It was actually seized, so it was not tested.
What does seized mean?
We cut it out of the floor and kept it.
Right, and then was it tested after it was seized?
No, ma'am.
You don't test.
So the wood floor plank that was taken from my residence was never tested for any fragments of the projectile?
The projectile was intact, minus a deformity to it.
Okay. But there wasn't any reason, are you saying there was no reason to test it?
There had been no implication or indication that there was a request for it to be tested.
And you wouldn't do that to see if the projectile actually hit the floor?
No, ma'am. All the other circumstances and information that led up to that decision to seize the floor, everything appeared that it was going to be related to the actual bullet that passed through your husband's body and struck the floor.
Wouldn't testing the floor actually be the easiest way to be sure that the bullet hit the floor?
Not necessarily would it leave anything behind. Like I said, the bullet was a full metal jacket. It was still intact.
Mhm.
There had been a significant amount of blood that had pooled in it. I do not know if there would be residue left behind in it for testing.
Fair. Okay.
She lost that one. That fell flat as a fart. Sorry, not sorry.
Was the projectile tested for any marks from the floor?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that this was a rental house that we lived in?
I believe I'd heard that.
Okay. Were you aware that we had only lived there for about 3 weeks prior to this incident?
I knew it was a short time period, but I did not know the actual duration.
Did you know that? You know that by the time you wrote this report, right?
I don't recall knowing the exact time frame that you had lived there.
Okay. So the defect in the floor of the rental house that we lived in could have already been there before this incident. Is that correct?
Not in my opinion, no.
But it could have.
An objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So of all the divots that we saw yesterday in the pictures on the floor, it could not have been there beforehand?
Again, asked and answered.
I'll let him answer. Go ahead.
The divots I believe you're referring to were extremely smaller than the actual defect, which was still relatively fresh and not sealed like the other divots were.
Okay, can we see? These were previously published, so I can use them, right?
Yeah,
Can we look at
just
these?
refer to the exhibit number, please.
Okay. Just put it on. Detective, can you see that? I can't see that very well from there. So in Exhibit 57, Detective,
I'm looking.
this, where my pin is pointing,
Yes, ma'am.
that's the defect that you're referring to where the bullet struck. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And these defects were already previously at the residence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they look that much significantly different than that to you?
Yes, they do.
What do you think the measurement difference in that is, in your professional opinion?
There is no scale in this photograph. It would be difficult for me to give you an estimate.
So in your estimation, this defect is much larger than this defect. Is that correct?
The second defect you're pointing to appears to be wood grain indentations. The other is an actual defect in the board.
Okay. Thank you. But this defect, this piece of wood that was cut out was not tested. Is that correct?
Again, asked and answered.
Technically correct, but I'll let him answer.
Correct. To my knowledge, it was not tested.
Thank you. So do you know, Detective, for a fact, that the defect on my wood floor was caused by the second bullet?
And again, I'm going to object to asked and answered.
Sustained.
When we looked at the projectiles yesterday, the one from the baseboard clearly had white paint on it from the baseboard. Is that correct?
Baseboard or the drywall, perhaps.
Okay, but we all saw the white paint. Is that correct?
There was a white marking on it.
Was that tested for the white paint?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
There was no decision made to have it tested.
Because it was logical that it was in the baseboard where the baseboard was painted white, right?
It was very clear that it had passed through your husband and lodged in the baseboard. And upon recovery, there was no deformation to it, indicating that it was a straight-on impact or relatively close, so that it embedded itself into the baseboard.
Correct. So it wasn't tested because it really didn't need to be, in your opinion.
Correct?
Okay, that's fair. Next, we looked at the projectile that, according to you, made the defect in my wood floor. Is that correct?
I don't understand your question. Next, we look at it, but I don't see anything.
Oh, we saw the projectile. Can I find out what exhibit that was?
Your paralegal has all those photographs.
Can we use the actual?
Yeah.
Exhibit?
She can approach and Are you looking for the actual projectile?
Yes.
I believe it's a smaller. Do you want her to hand that to the witness?
Is that 239? Detective, for the record, you're looking at exhibit 239, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the projectile that we are talking about that you claim?
Actually, I've heard of bamboo shirts, and in fact, the way I heard about it was one of our volunteer firefighters was wearing one under his fire shirt, and his wife was telling me this was after weeks after we fought the fire, but I noticed that he didn't seem to be as hot as the rest of us. And she and I were talking after one of our meetings, and I said, "How come we're out here drenched in sweat and we're all miserable and I don't see any sweat on his shirt?" He goes, "'Cause it's bamboo." I went, "What?" She goes, "Yeah, bamboo is really good for high temperatures. It also is very, very durable, almost indestructible. The fibers are better. They don't tear as easy." So and she goes, when his work shirts are bamboo and he's he's a ranch manager. And so yeah, and I've heard of them. They're expensive.
Made the divot in my wood floor.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was that projectile was not tested, is that correct?
Your Honor,
Is that what
I'm
you
going to
said?
object to asked and answered.
Here we go, guys, just to give you an idea. Look at all these bamboo shirts for men. Some of them are quite expensive, but there is a lot of bamboo shirts for men, even their undergarments. Yeah. So I wonder what they have for women. Bamboo shirts for women. So see, all of those are bamboo. And look at even 90s. So bamboo is a really good material.
At least 3 times.
Sustained.
Does that projectile look pristine to you?
No, ma'am, as I've previously testified, it is slightly deformed.
What side is it deformed on? What part about it is deformed?
The back end, the heel area is compressed a little bit so that it's now oval as opposed to circular.
And that would indicate what?
That would indicate that as the bullet struck something firm on its side, it compressed and then it continued on moving.
Okay. So that's what you mean by a shored wound. It hit up against something. Is that correct?
The terminology as it's been described to me is it's the skin is against a firm surface. So in this particular case, the floor would be the firm surface. So as it's entering or exiting your husband and starting to try to enter the floor is forcing the bullet to kind of ricochet, but the body's still keeping it in place. So it's now deforming a little bit and it's still expending its energy to escape from underneath the body.
Okay. And if my husband was in fact laying on the floor, how did it get out from under his body? Wouldn't it have gotten stuck under? That's my question.
Just what?
Could you explain that to me?
I think I just did. So the bullet is a full metal jacket. It still has its energy until it starts striking things to cause resistance to it to slow it down. It's going to expend its energy at a normal rate. I think I've just lost the mic. I'm not sure.
No, it's all-
Okay. When it starts striking firm objects, then it'll start bleeding the energy away. And in this particular case, as it's exiting your husband's body, it's impacting bone, it's impacting the flesh that's compressed against the floor, and it's impacting the floor now. So there is going to be a lot of resistance against that. Now, where it exited, it's still not free to just fly like the one that went through his chest and out the back. It's still semi-trapped between your husband's body and the floor. So that's going to cause even more energy drain until it comes to rest.
And how far away from my husband's shoulder was that bullet fragment found? The projectile, I guess.
When it was found, I don't know the exact measurement away from it.
Why
I'd
not?
say a foot or more, maybe.
Okay, so that's what you're talking about the energy. It still had energy to keep moving. Is that
Yes.
correct?
It had enough to escape from being under the body.
Okay. So because of what you saw at the scene, and you state in your report that it was your suspicion that that's what had happened, was that my husband was supine on the floor. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So was it your suspicion from the start of this investigation that led you to not confirm any other alternative?
What other alternative, ma'am? My job was to collect the information and put it together with the information that was being collected in the interviews. The information from the interviews did not completely match everything that I had learned at the scene.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh,
You
let's
did not
see.
test the wood floor, is that correct?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
You did not test the projectile, is that correct?
I'm going to again object to asked and answered multiple times, and I'm going to move to start striking every question.
Sustained.
Ooh.
You did not investigate my husband's shirt.
And I object again to asked and answered multiple times.
Sustained.
Did you call Aloha Carolina and ask them about the fabric of my husband's shirt?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Why would he?
So would it be fair to say that you made an assumption early on and only investigated the things that supported that assumption?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Remember in your report where you stated that the bullet strike to the abdomen had an upward trajectory, passing through the left lung before exiting near the left shoulder.
Yes.
Okay. Could that upward trajectory have been caused by my husband falling backwards and the bullet hitting the abdomen and going upwards and exiting his shoulder as he hit the floor?
No, not in my opinion.
Okay. Detective Coons, on July 11th, 2019, were you at the Chandler Police Department during my interview?
No, ma'am.
Were you there that morning when we were brought into the Chandler Police Department at all?
No, ma'am. I was at the scene.
Okay. I thought you didn't get to the scene until 11:45.
No, that was when we actually obtained the search warrant. It was about a little after 11:45. I was
Okay.
already at the scene shortly after 9 o'clock.
Okay. Did you see the injury on the back of Alex's head with your own eyes?
I did not take a close look at it. I saw the paper towel that he was holding against his head.
But you did not see the wound itself?
No,
Okay. Are you aware if Alex's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
there would have been no reason to swab for gunshot residue.
Why is that?
He had already stated that he was the shooter.
He had stated it?
To my knowledge, that's how the information was provided to me.
Okay. Are you aware if my hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Okay. Are you aware if my daughter's hands were swabbed for gunshot residue?
I am not.
Do you know for a fact that Alex shot the gun in question?
Based on the information provided, that is what I have, yes.
So you know that for a fact?
Just with the information that's been provided, I can't tell you one way or another if there's another shooter because the evidence does not show that there was.
Okay. So all you really know for sure, after your 5 years of investigation, is that my husband was shot 2 times, 1 by that particular gun, 2 with those particular bullets, at my residence, and that he passed away as a result of that. Would that be correct?
Oversimplified, there is a lot more information that is available to us for that.
Is that correct? Is that question correct?
Those are some known facts, yes, but that is not all we know.
So you can't really tell me for sure who shot him, can you?
Well, as we've established, I was not present when it happened. I can only go with the facts of what people have said and what the evidence shows.
Okay. You don't really know what time he was shot, do you?
Actually, no, I don't.
Okay. You don't really know if he was falling back or lying supine on the floor, do you?
Yes, I do.
You don't really know what time my husband actually passed away, do you?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, redirect.
Your Honor, I still have stuff that she
You
gave.
can pass those to, let's have your paralegal get the report that you gave him, but I'll take exhibit 239, is it? Do you need any of the photos? They're over there.
All right, Detective, I know we started yesterday, so I'm going to kind of go back through a few different areas, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Um, In terms of just understanding your role working with crime scene techs, you had testified yesterday that they are often the ones who actually pick up the item of evidence and put it in a bag, correct?
Frequently, yes.
Are you
So on my diagram, I put
I had to reset it. I apologize. It was on their end. So I just went over to the other stream, refreshed, and came back in. It happens. I apologize, but thanks for telling me.
a reference line or dimension line.
I was trying to
It's
Google
near the
information on port.
north-south indicator, and that helps somebody who's looking at it get an idea of what a measurement might be in the diagram.
okay? And is that this line up here?
Correct.
There was a lot of questions about where the shooter might have been at the time when this shooting occurred. Start with 19 while I look for a different perspective, but in this house, you have talked about a rounded wall. Can you tell us where you're talking about for that? And you know, I'm gonna put up 14. So on 14, what is this rounded wall that you're talking about when you're referring to the location or potential location? Let me say the general location of the shooter.
So the rounded wall is at the south end of the main room that we're in, where the body's at. And it's also directly across from the hallway that runs to the 3 bedrooms and the hall bathroom.
So is that this wall that we see in Exhibit 14 right here?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when we are talking about a gun being fired and casings ejecting, as someone who has fired guns before, have you fired them on where the casings are landing on a hard surface?
Yes,
Do casings bounce and roll?
they do.
So is the location of these casings, do they tell us exactly where they initially landed when they ejected?
No.
No,
This is just where they ended up or started.
they will not. But what is important is on which side of the body the casing is found on. Because as we discussed earlier, 95, 99, I don't know, the majority, by great majority, I might add, the the casing flies to the right. Unless you have one specifically made to go to the left. So it's one of those things where I'm like, the casing's on the right, that kind of tells that the shooter was. The casing will always fly to the right of the shooter unless you know that the weapon they were using was a left-handed weapon.
It's where we found them.
They could have been kicked at some point as well.
Yes.
And that is true too. Could have been kicked by the person who
When you
alive,
are looking at
could have been
this
kicked
scene, are you relying
by EMS.
upon these physical items of evidence to reach your opinion?
They would be some of it, yes.
And then are you relying on your training and experience in conjunction with observing the physical evidence as well as the injuries to Charles?
That would also be good pieces of the puzzle.
And are you able to give us the exact location of this shooter?
No, ma'am.
Are you giving us a general area of the shooter?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the shot that goes through Charles's chest and out his back, where is the general area that you are saying the shooter was located?
The shooter would have been located somewhere in the opening to where the kitchen and the hallway is, in close proximity to the rounded corner as well.
Okay, I put up Exhibit 16 here. So somewhere in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you were asked a lot about the autopsy report and stippling. Have you were provided with a copy of it by the defendant, correct?
It was never provided to me.
You weren't allowed to look at a copy of it?
The report that she gave me was my report from the channel report system, not the medical examiner.
Have you ever looked at the autopsy report?
I have.
Did you, in regards to the injury to Charles's chest, the entrance wound, ever see the word stippling used there?
No, that was not in the report.
When you were reading that, did you interpret the way that Dr. Baumgartner wrote that to mean abrasions related to the actual entrance wound of the gunshot?
That's how I interpreted it.
Does that mean that Dr. Baumgartner didn't mean stippling?
I don't know medical jargon so well, so he could have very well meant it with how he wrote it, but to me, it did not come across that way.
Okay. And when you were at the autopsy, you don't recall him ever telling you about the stippling?
Not in that word, no.
But you were there at the autopsy, correct?
Yes, I was.
Are you in the room with him, like right there next to him?
No, we are actually mandated to stay in the, I guess it's the viewing area of that particular location.
There's a window between you and he's in a different room?
Yes.
So you also were asked about Dr. Baumgartner saying in a defense interview that because of this, what you've now been told is stippling around that gunshot wound to the chest, that the shooter or the gun being used could have been 2 to 4 or so feet away. Do you recall being told that?
Yes, I do.
All right. I have a little thing here, 24 inches. So 2 feet, 24 inches.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know if I can approach or if I have to have my,
Go ahead.
thank you. So when we're talking about 2 feet, say from the wound on his chest,
The indicator would be from the muzzle to the chest.
so that distance is
Yes.
understanding that additional information that the defendant provided you, that Dr. Baumgartner advised during a defense interview, does that alter your opinion in any way as to where the shooter would have been, the general location of the shooter for this shot to his chest?
No, it actually makes sense with the completed trajectory that ended up in the baseboard.
So those being 2 feet away from Charles Vallow when the end of the gun to his chest did not seem so far away that, or so close that it didn't fit in with your opinion.
Yeah, 2 to 4 feet would be certainly consistent with what I saw.
So he's 2 to 4 feet away from him in this area.
Away from that area, yes.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the floor itself that you observed underneath Charles's shoulder after he was removed, okay? I'm putting up Exhibit 244. That's the actual piece of wood. And Your Honor, can I actually publish this to the jury and have them
Yes.
look at it? Thank you. I can have just all of them look at that, and then I'll ask a couple questions.
Okay, we're caught up. Hello, Miss Hoffman. Good morning. Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're from.
So detective, in looking at the floor itself, you told us that you looked through the whole floor in that room to see if you found any similar types of defects, correct?
Correct.
Come on, Captain.
Did you find other defects on the floor, just period?
There are other imperfections.
You had testified on cross that there was something about the freshness of the defect itself. Were you able to sort of feel a difference in the wood grain, where that indentation is that we see in Exhibit 59 and in the actual piece 244, than you observed in other defects across the floor?
Yes, it did appear to be different than the other imperfections or defects.
Was there anything about the defect itself that indicated a path of travel?
Yes, there is a kind of a linear mark to it, and you'll also see at the in this particular photograph of it, there's like a slight semicircular edge as it exits towards the top right.
And was there anything about that pattern itself, both the depth, the freshness, the location of it,
Thank you for
that
liking.
made you feel it was consistent with a bullet strike?
All of those factors help make it consistent with it, not to mention the location of.
Okay, let me give a quick cemetery update. We are on verdict watch, 1 hour, 45 minutes, and 13 seconds, and 15 seconds. So it is counting down. Elena, I know it's getting late for you, baby. I appreciate you so much. I will post the verdict in my Discord under mod chat when the verdict comes in. That way, when you wake up, you will know. Thank you so much for joining, love.
Of the projectile that was in close proximity to this defect.
So let's talk a little bit about those projectiles. I'm putting Exhibit 40 up here. Do we see the projectile over here next to Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Now, were you aware when you were given this scene that fire had already been there?
Yes, I was.
Pretty obvious because of all the medical devices, right?
They left a tail.
And if you were advised that fire has testified that they rolled Mr. Vallow onto his right side towards the west, would that have then exposed his left shoulder there?
It should have.
Do you know whether or not that bullet was ever moved at all personally?
Well, I have no idea what the condition of that bullet was until I physically saw it.
Now, the location of this bullet here on the floor next to Charles, why is that significant in determining whether or not Charles was upright or down?
Well, it's significant because for this particular shot, he would have basically been vulnerable, if you will.
Let me ask it this way. Why is that significant in making your opinion that he was on the floor versus upright for the shot to the abdomen?
Oh, okay. The angle of entry into the abdomen and exit is not consistent with him being upright or any other way other than lying on the floor. The defect is
Well, thank you so very much. We appreciate you staying with us.
where the defect is, and the bullet, as demonstrated with the chest shot, had enough energy to exit. And had he been any other direction, I would not have expected the defect to be right underneath the body.
So if someone is standing and someone's on the floor shooting upward, where would the bullet go?
Well, if he's standing and the shooter is horizontal, then the bullet would go towards the ceiling or high wall area.
So this idea that it would end up on the floor below him and right next to him, would that fit with that scenario?
Of him standing, no.
When you're looking at the bullets and the location of them in this scene, we had that other projectile, I'm going to put 20 up here, that went into the baseboard on the east side of the room, correct?
Yes.
When you talk about someone being standing upward and the bullet being slowed, how can you explain to us how this bullet landing over here and embedding itself in that baseboard is consistent with Charles being standing upright when he was shot?
It fits the dimension of the room. It fits the wound path through the chest and exiting the back, because the exit is lower than the entry. So there's already a downward motion to it. I know that the bullet struck the spine prior to exiting, so that would bleed even some more energy from it and potentially cause it to start dropping as well.
So the wound itself was slightly downward,
Yes,
and then given the distance away from Charles, this would be in your mind consistent with having gone through him in that chest to back exit downward angle.
correct.
So that really only left one other bullet in the room to explain the other injury,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's the one that was right next to him.
Correct.
You were asked whether or not you made assumptions about the shooting, how it occurred. When you got to the scene, you were given a basic briefing, right?
Yes.
How do you start looking at a scene when you're observing the evidence there?
I do an overall assessment of the scene. I apply the initial information that's given to me, and I progress from there.
Are you, if the physical evidence is what it is, are you trying to find a new way to make that work?
No, I let the evidence speak for itself.
So here, the physical evidence is one bullet is in the baseboard, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so that had to come from somewhere that makes sense for that trajectory, right?
Yes.
And then the other bullet is right next to Charles.
Correct.
And so again, you're looking at all the physical evidence and how that fits together.
Yes.
And in this case, in your opinion, the shot through Charles's chest that exited his back, did the evidence support to you that he was standing up for this shot?
Yes.
And in your opinion, looking at all the physical evidence from the casings, the projectile, the injuries to Charles, was that consistent with the shooter? And now that you know the stippling, with the shooter being still in that sort of kitchen hallway-ish area when he fired that shot at Charles?
Yes.
And in your opinion, again, looking at the casings, the injuries to Charles, the location of the projectile, as well as the shored wound and the lack of stippling, does that support your opinion that Charles was on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen?
Yes, it does.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I'm not seeing any. You can step down. They can call its next witness.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
I'm gonna go get her.
Nick? Finally got somebody different. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I changed shirts. The other one was itchy. So I had to change it. Oh, let me see. Okay, we are up to date. Right now, we are 1 hour, 53 minutes, and 38 seconds. Welcome, everybody, to welcome, everybody. Appreciate y'all being here. What? Hancock is
All
alive.
right, come on up. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in.
I got a little fuzz somewhere on my mic. It's driving me crazy. Does that look okay, y'all?
All right, you're going to come around the court reporter, have a seat up here to my left.
Those mics crack me up, y'all.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name's Nancy Jo Hancock.
And do you go by Nancy Jo?
I do.
How old are you?
61.
And do you currently work?
I'm self-employed
Do you live here in Arizona?
in Mesa, yes.
Were you born and raised here?
Born and raised here.
Do you have your own children?
5,
Do you have grandchildren?
15,
Busy person.
yes.
Woo!
I'm going
15
to
grand.
direct you
Congratulations,
to a
Mama.
person by the name of Charles Vallow. Did you ever meet a person by that name?
I did.
How did you meet him?
I'm divorced. I was on an LDS dating site, and when new members join, it tells you this is someone new. And he sent me a message, and we began messaging.
Initially, did you just talk to him do you talk through the website? How does that work?
Through the website at first, and then he asked for my phone number, and then we were texting and talking. on the
Woo!
phone as well.
Girlfriend.
Do you recall approximately when you met him?
It was early July, I believe the 3rd.
And so you said you guys would text. Was this
A lot.
A
that's a lot to
lot.
you?
Charles was a texter and a talker, and he was good at banter, and there were hundreds of texts by the time I had met him.
You said you talked on the phone with him as well?
For hours.
Did you have a conversation with him once that lasted almost 3 hours?
Probably more than one, yes.
When you met Charles in early July, did you know he was still married?
He told me he was in the process of a divorce.
Did you know whether or not he was living with his wife at that time?
He was in Houston. His soon-to-be ex-wife was here. When he came to Arizona, he was meeting a realtor to find a place to live when he was here as well.
So when you're first meeting him, he's out of state, but he has a connection here to Arizona, so you keep talking to him?
Correct.
As you guys are talking and texting, did you eventually have enough interest that you decided you wanted to meet him?
Yeah.
Did you know what Charles did for a living?
Life insurance and something with money. I try not to have that be the focus when I'm getting to know somebody, so that I get to know them for them and not what they do for a living.
So you didn't really care too much about
No.
what his job was?
No.
Did you know he traveled a lot for work?
Yes.
As you and Charles are talking and texting, just sort of yes or no, can you tell us, did he get very detailed about his life with you?
Yes,
Um, Did you know if Charles had children?
yes,
Just yes or no again, did you talk to him about his wife specifically?
a lot.
Did he mention his wife by name?
Yes,
What did you believe his wife's name was?
Lori Vallow.
Have you ever met Lori Vallow?
No,
Again, just sort of yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about why?
Leading? Objection.
I haven't heard the question yet. Go ahead.
So just yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about why he
Leading
was
is yes or no.
No, leading is a question that suggests the answer, so she can answer yes or no.
So again, just yes or no. Did Charles talk to you about why he was separated from his wife?
yes,
Based upon
Thank
your
you. I
discussions,
got
how
job.
long
I
did
got
you think
yeah,
there had been
job and
issues
it
going
loves
on
me.
between Charles and his wife?
Thank you, beloved. And thank you.
for several months, but more intensely since the beginning of that year was 2019. So since the beginning of that year.
You told us that Charles talked to you let me ask you, yes or no, did he talk to you in great detail about his relationship with Lori Vallow?
Yes,
You told us you met on an LDS dating site, right?
correct.
So are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
I am.
Was there anything that you were hearing that you thought were outside of your beliefs?
A lot of things.
As Charles was telling you these things about his wife, can you tell us his demeanor? What his voice was like, what his attitude was like as he's talking about that?
I just remember thinking that he was strangely calm and still kind towards Lori, even through what they were going through.
You told us you were aware he had a child. Did you know where that child lived, who the child lived with?
Yes,
Who was that?
he was living with Lori at that time.
You have
He had
these-
older children as well, but the young one was living with Lori.
You have these conversations with Charles about his wife and these things that to you seem outside the LDS religion. Why do you keep talking to him?
Well, he was very charming and kind and funny and very clever, really good banter. A lot of craziness going on around him, but he seemed pretty awesome.
Now, you guys had just known each other for a few days. Did you think you and Charles were exclusive?
Heavens no.
So would you be surprised to learn that he was talking to other people on other websites?
Not at all.
Did he in fact share some of that with you?
He did. He shared some pictures of some woman that had sent him that were quite scanty, and then proceeded to ask him for money, and thought how funny that was, that that's what people were doing online.
Did you eventually meet Charles in person?
I did,
And how many times did you get to meet him in person?
just once.
What day was that?
He was flying in from Houston, and we had arranged to go to dinner that night. His plane was delayed, and so I met him that night on the 10th of July.
July 10th, was that 2019?
Correct.
And was that then here in Arizona that you met?
It was.
You said that you had original plans to meet and they got pushed back?
Yeah, his plane was delayed, so we met a little later than we were supposed to.
Where did you guys meet? What did you do?
At the Keg Restaurant by Santan Mall, and we ate, but we talked until the restaurant closed. We were the last people there.
So you shut the place down.
We did. I finally looked around and I realized that we were the only ones there and told them we probably should leave. And then we went outside and talked by my truck for another 45 minutes or so.
Based upon everything you had heard, was Charles coming in to see you, or was there some other reason he was in Arizona?
Charles was ecstatic to see JJ. He was coming to see JJ, so excited to take him to school the next morning. He was also coming to look for a place to live. He had an appointment to meet a realtor friend after he had taken JJ to school. And then he was also supposed to meet with Lori's brother, Adam.
So you and Charles have this evening on the 10th. Were you going to meet again?
Yeah, we were supposed to meet up in the late afternoon after he got through with the things that I just said.
So did you have a set time for the next
No.
day?
Mm-mm.
Can you describe Charles? Was he a fit man? What was his size?
Very fit and into physical fitness. And while we were talking, I know that he was swimming. I got to go to the gym, and yeah, very, very fit, strong.
When you were talking with Charles on July 10th, that evening, let me ask first, do you recall about what time you ended up meeting him?
It was around 7. I got there first, and but it was right around 7, between 7 and 7:15, I'd say.
And do you recall about how long you guys were together until you finally
Well, the
left?
restaurant closed at 10, and they were closed and no one else was there. So it was after that we left. And then, like I said, we stood by my truck and talked for another half hour, 45 minutes after that.
So a later evening.
Yes.
Can you tell us, you said that you understood he was going to go see his son. What was his demeanor about with regards to JJ and seeing his son?
Like a kid on Christmas morning. He was very excited to see JJ.
You had talked about his demeanor when he would talk about his wife. On that evening or ever, did you ever hear him swear or use derogatory names or anything like that towards Lori Vallow?
I was surprised with the details that he was describing to me, how kindly he still spoke about Lori, and his hope was that she would be a great mom.
Aww.
Did that stand out to you?
A lot.
Why?
Most men that you date are not nearly so kind about their ex and describe them in more derogatory ways and don't speak so kindly. And I remember just thinking how odd, in a good way, it was that he was not speaking in a derogatory way about Lori.
So that made an impression on you.
It did.
During any of your conversations with Charles, did you ever learn that he had a life insurance policy?
I did.
As you are talking, did Charles really just tell you a lot about his life?
A lot about his life, yes.
Were you almost surprised at the amount of detail of his life that you learned?
Yeah.
Did you understand whether or not any changes had been made by Charles to the life insurance policy?
He told me that he had changed his beneficiary to his sister, Kay. And as he was proceeding to tell me some of the things that were going on, I suggested to him that maybe he should let Lori know that he had changed the beneficiary on his life insurance to Kay.
Why would you tell him that?
Gerald said, although he did call her a mixed bag of nuts. Yeah.
Because of the things that he was describing to me and his concerns for his safety and the thought that money would come into play.
Do you recall where you were when you made that suggestion to Charles?
We were sitting at dinner at the keg.
So this is on July 10th.
Correct.
What was his demeanor like when you told him that?
He kind of chuckled and said that he probably should.
Um,
Said that was a good idea.
You told us that you don't know Lori Vallow, correct?
I do not.
Would it be fair to say that you sort of have no beef in this case?
I have no beef in this case.
Do you know any of Charles's family back then?
No,
Any of Lori Vallow's family back then?
no.
When you, I guess, left Charles after talking in the parking lot that evening, you told us that you had sort of unformalized plans to see Charles the next day.
Correct.
Was there like someone would call someone, or how was that supposed to go?
He just said that he needed to do the things that I said, have a morning with JJ, find a place to live, meet up with Lori's brother Adam, and, then we would meet up somewhere for a late lunch or something.
Did you ever try to reach him on July 11th of
I
2019?
did.
Did you try texting him ever?
Around 11-ish in the morning, I texted him and asked how his morning with JJ had been.
Did you get a response back?
I did not.
Did you try calling him?
A couple hours later, I called once, yes.
Did you get a call back?
I did not.
What were you thinking when you didn't hear from Charles after you spent this night?
I was puzzled how I had misread what I had thought been a good date so wrong that he would not even take the courtesy to reply. Wondered why, but just figured that was what his decision was.
So on July 11th, when you're not hearing back from Charles, did you know that he had been shot and killed?
No.
Did you later learn that Charles had been killed from seeing something on TV?
I was watching TV in December, I believe, and his picture came on the screen, and it said that he was dead.
When you learned that in December, that he had been killed, did you learn when that had happened? Did you try to investigate?
I did. They said the date, and I thought, oh my gosh, that's right about when I went out with him. And so I went to my phone and thought I probably had deleted our text conversations. If I'm not dating someone and I text, I usually delete the thread, but I had not. And I had the conversations, and then I realized that I was with him until 10:45 that night and that he died at 7:30-ish the next morning.
And did you later then talk with the police in April of 2020 to tell them what you knew about this case?
I did.
Thank you. The state has no other questions.
Cross.
Oh, this ought to be fun. The girlfriend being crossed by the wife.
Nancy Joe, right?
Correct.
And we have not met before,
We have
correct?
not.
Okay. And you stated that your husband, or my husband told you that he was going through a divorce. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you have any way to verify that?
No, I didn't try to verify that.
Okay. So did it surprise you later to find out that we were not in the process of a divorce?
Charles was in the process of a divorce.
He was not in the process of a divorce. Did it surprise you to find that out? You've seen it all on TV where we're not getting divorced.
Okay.
So On the website that you met him, did he say he was divorced?
I'm not certain.
Would you have gone on a date with him if he would have said he was married?
Oh, she's going for blood,
I
y'all.
would have realized how married he still was, maybe not. But I just met for dinner. I wasn't sleeping with him or anything.
Do you go on dates with married men?
I'm going to
Not
object
naturally?
argumentative. I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure.
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611 harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance.
Yeah, you got to be careful what you're doing, boo.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life.
She's
kids,
going for it, y'all.
church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter, Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter, Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
Oh,
I'm gonna
Your
object to
Honor.
Comments by the
No
defendant.
side comment.
Testifying.
I'll sustain the objection.
On your date, you talked about my husband was a life insurance salesman. Is that correct?
I knew he did something with money and insurance, but I really didn't know the details of what he did for work. Like I said, I don't ask the details about what someone does for work when I'm trying to get to know someone.
But you knew that he sold life insurance. You stated that.
I believe that I had a vague understanding that he did something with insurance.
And then he brought that up again at dinner.
No, we didn't talk about his work at dinner.
I thought you said you did talk about, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said you did talk about that he changed the life insurance policy at dinner.
Well, you were asking me if we talked about that he sold insurance, which that didn't happen. But yes, he did tell me that he changed the beneficiary of his life insurance policy at dinner.
Did he tell you how much his life insurance policy was for?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
$1 million.
Did he tell you how much my life insurance policy was for?
I do not recall.
You don't recall?
We didn't talk about you very much in that vein.
Ooh, in that vein.
When did you talk to him about me very much then? If it wasn't at dinner, was it in your text messages?
We were talking about what he was going through in the process of separating from you, not about what your life insurance policy was worth. And we talked about you on the phone. And when I say you, meaning what he was doing as he was going through this separation.
So let me understand. You were dating some different men on this website, right? From the websites.
Sure.
Sure.
Would you say it was common for men to be talking so much about their supposed ex-wives during their conversations with a potential,
It's actually very common,
really?
really.
Interesting.
And again, Your Honor, I'm
All right.
going to object to the defendant making comments after her questions. and
I'm
move to
sorry, Your
strike.
Honor. I won't do that again.
All right, please stop.
I'll just ask the questions.
Oh,
Thank you.
crap.
So there were some text messages between you and my husband after the dinner on July 10th.
Who cares what her insurance policy value is because she can't benefit from it. But this is scathing. Scathing. We are now 2 hours and 18 minutes and 48 seconds.
And is that correct?
Material verdict watch.
What time would those text messages have occurred?
After dinner,
What time?
10:45-ish.
10:45 to what?
I'm not certain, ma'am. After dinner.
10:45 to midnight, maybe?
I just told you I don't know. Maybe.
What did you discuss in those text messages?
And I'm going to object to relevance again. There's a specific area.
Sustained.
You testified a minute ago that Charles told you a lot of things about his wife. You didn't say ex-wife, but you said wife. Is that correct?
Okay.
Yep.
Sure.
What were a lot of things?
The things that I've testified to.
Can you be more specific?
Nope.
Am I allowed to do a narrative then?
Let's go on sidebar.
Sidebar.
Hello, Erin. Welcome aboard, love. Miss Morales, thank you for lurking. And WTF is right. We have the wife of the deceased interviewing, cross-examining the girlfriend. I think I'm getting it, y'all. How Fuzz gets on here and tickles me, I do not know. But it is not fun. Thank you for hopping in and saying hello, Miss Morales. By the way, we are now 2 hours, 21 minutes, and 18 seconds into the jury deliberation of the Monica Simatilli trial. They rested yesterday. They did they rested 4.5 days ago. I think it was Thursday of last week they started the closing arguments. I could be wrong. For sure it was Friday. And then today they read the jury instructions and they have gone into verdict watch.
This witness shouldn't take too much longer.
She-
I'll have the jury wait for a few minutes. We'll see if we can finish this witness as we go into the lunch hour. But I'll excuse the jury for just a few minutes because we're having technical difficulty with the court reporter being able to hear.
I'm like, wow, Lori was sleeping with Chad. She tells Charles date about dating a married man. I'm all like, come on, woman, you can't call the kettle black. You can't sit there and be screwing around with a married man, unalive his wife, and then get mad when somebody's screwing around with your married man. That happens. What good is for the geese is good for the gander.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. The last question the defendant asked of the witness was along the lines of, what things did you discuss about me, meaning the defendant? Is that correct?
That's what I
Yes.
recall, Your Honor.
Are you sure you wanted to answer that question? Because you're opening up a really big door. If you want her to answer the question, I'll have her answer the question.
Hmm.
All right, if you want
Hi,
her to
Catherine
answer the
Seller.
question,
How are
there's
you
no
doing?
objection
Thank you
from
so
the
much
state.
for
We'll
joining
bring
us.
Jury back in and have her answer the question. All right, let's bring the jury in.
Uh-huh. We don't want to open that door, boo. They're going to have to discuss something outside of the jury presence. And this ought to be real fun. Arrogant, to say the least. Yes, she's arrogant. Very arrogant. Now, I have a question for you guys. While we are at lunch, do you want, and it's your vote, to go over and watch some of the Steamer trial, Lori Steamer trial, while we're on lunch break? Or I can just end the live and pick it up again. It's up to you. I have no dog in the hunt because I've already had my lunch. Already ate my lunch. So it's your choice. Viewer's choice. My son just brought me a mochi, which is basically a ball of ice cream covered in not fondant, but
It's a rice,
kind of like
rice dough.
oh yeah, rice dough. Oh my god, it was cold. We'll go to the Sturmer trial. Okay, I've got it keyed up. Sure. Okay, but understand when this comes back, even if we're in the middle of a witness, we're going to have to pause. And I know that upsets some people, but we're using it as a filler. Mm. Mm. I don't know why he brought this to me right now because I have to eat it fast. Mm. And my teeth, if I bite into something cold, mm. Wow. Sorry, I was talking to my honey bun. Yes. Open the door. Okay. So when she or anyone is trying to get the aha moment and they fall flat on their face, only thing I can give y'all as far as sounds will be the fell so flat, she farted. Oh my gosh, that's so cold. It's good, but you got to eat it fast. Oh my gosh, that was good. Not too sweet. That rice, whatever that covering is, it's like a fondant almost, but real light. It's not super sweet. And that's why we like them. Okay. I just think I need to try to find my Instagram, my actual Instagram page. I think I'm live. No. I don't know. If someone can go to my Instagram and see if I'm actually live, that would be nice to know. Because I'm trying to get Instagram up. So it shows it's live, but I don't see it. So we'll see. Okie dokie. Let's go. Let me share this. This is my Instagram page. I am fairly new to Instagram. This kind of looks like my studio. It's my studio. It made some minor changes. But I don't know how to see if I'm live. Save login info. Close. I'm trying to find out if I'm live or not, and I can't tell. So my Instagram, well, do I have to sign in? I don't know what I did. Oh, there I am. I think I am live. But how do I see if I'm live? Ada K Brown. It right there's my Instagram. I need a mod that knows Instagram. Oh, there's my mom. That's my mom with the cat that we have in the studio. There's my makeup room. Oh my gosh, my sensei. Sorry. Ooh, I didn't need to see that. I have a machine where I make my own drink. So if anybody's on Instagram, can you please go see? I will go look. Thank you very much. That's right. I forgot to tell y'all, we have some information on the Karen Reed trial. And Miss June has been so fabulous lately. Okay, so 11 well, more than that. Yeah, about 11 minutes ago's new item on Karen Reed document. I've been told this means that the High Court will decide on 4/25 if they want to take this case up. This is how distributed for conferences described. At the Supreme Court, petition and other findings are distributed to the justices for consideration at a conferences, with the clerk's office distributing 2 main conference lists each week. The case distributed scheduled available in the court's website, which they pulled up, and the petition has been pulled up, and they will make their it was distributed on 4/25/25 is when it will distributed for conference on 4/25/24. Thank you so much. You're amazing. Also, this morning, what's today's date? Yeah. Today's date, day 7 in a jury selection of the Carol Reed of 58 potential jurors. Seen, heard, or talked about the case, 49. Formed an opinion about the case, 27. Bias or favor for a particular party, 12. Substantial scheduling hardship like plane tickets or surgery, 21. Oh my God. So Will had posted on the Vallow Daybell trial with this thread. Note, we now have 15 jurors. 3 jurors were excluded from trial, and per his notes, that leaves 12 men and 3 women. Whoa, that is a very strong male-dominated jury. I wonder how many of their votes to remove somebody have they used. I don't know yet. We'll find out. So that's where we stand on. My honey came and showed me my page. Yes, thank you for following me on Instagram, guys. I will I'm going to have a friend of mine show me how to get this Instagram. Oh, I am live. No, but it doesn't show up on his. How does it show up, June? Gerald didn't see it. Honey boo, that's not the makeup for you. I'm on my Instagram. How do I find if I'm live? See, I go to my page and it doesn't show me live. Why am I not live? Oh, what the hell is that? That cray. Oh, look at that woman. Oh my God, that's insane. I don't know anything else, but I'm noticing how much more judgmental women talk about Reed are. That is so true. Men would probably be better than a woman if chats are anything to go by. You know what? That's fair. I have crazy stuff popping up. All right, wonderful. Thank you, love. Appreciate it. I am trying to reach out to more social medias. I'm trying to get out of my comfort zone. I got to start doing shorts, which I don't know how to do those. I'm not good on doing shorts. Right now, this is where we are on the cemetery. I'm not good at doing shorts. I mean, I have to say, I have learned so much, but all right, here we go. I'm going to hop in right here. They're getting this witness here is awesome. Let's
Important that you have to consider different theories.
let me catch you up. This is a fire investigator, and they've had another one. So this one, I think, is there as a rebuttal to the other one because they start comparing.
Important.
Why?
If you don't consider all of the other potential theories, then you can't come and render an opinion that there's one and only one reason for this fire to occur.
Let's talk about this idea of gasoline on the sweatpants. And first of all, why don't we do this? Let's talk about fire propagation. Can you tell us what factors are involved in fire propagation? Because you understood that one of the things Mr. Leroy talked about was this was a fast fire.
Yes, I believe that definitions of different kinds of fires would be a friendly fire, a hostile fire. Friendly fires don't get out of control, don't hurt anybody. We enjoy them, fireplace or campfire or cooking. So on the other hand, when you say a hostile fire or a fast fire, that connotes that you can tell the speed of a fire by looking at it or not considering anything else.
Does 921 give guidance on whether you should be considering that? Calling things fast, abnormally fast?
It does.
Section 23.7.2 speaks to that, doesn't it?
I think it's stuck in the middle. Excuse me. Yes.
And what does that say?
It says, what the investigator may consider as excessive, unnatural, or abnormal can actually occur in an accidental fire, depending on the geometry of the space, the fuel characteristics, and the ventilation of the compartment.
Tell us a little bit about that, then I want to show a video that you made. But tell us about the factors that go into it: compartment, fuel load, ventilation.
Okay. A fire in a accidental scenario will start, it's called the incipient stage, a very small stage of the fire. It will progress from that point and continue to progress depending on the fuel load and the ventilation.
Ventilation is very important.
Yes.
And fuel, fuel, do we think of it as maybe gas, oil, that kind of thing? Is that what fuel is considered?
Sorry, I missed that. Apologize.
To a fire investigator, what is fuel?
Fuel is anything that burns. Anything in this room, almost everything will burn. You know, steel, even how they make cars and things by melting steel and reforming it. But in a situation like we're normally used to, wood products, plastic products, you know, cellulosic materials, and you know, flammable and volatile materials.
And when windows burst open in a fire, does that help fuel a fire?
It does,
Why?
because now more air and oxygen is let in.
You have a video that you made, what year?
30 years ago, I think, 1993.
And what is that intended to demonstrate?
That was intended to demonstrate.
Okay, guys, we have an update. Thank you again, Miss June. 4 minutes ago, done for the day. 3 candidates have been selected today for a total of 15 seats filled. 8 men and 7 women. Yay, a little more balance. A number of juror candidates were just sent home without being questioned due to time. So it looks like that we will be going live in her trial for opening statements on Tuesday morning, because we only need 1 more juror to fill the 16 slots that they are requiring for this trial. Yay! Okay, back to this. Thank you.
At that time, a specific fire, but it also was intended to show how a fire without any kind of fuel, like liquid potential that can ignite, ignitable liquids they call it now, was not involved.
And what's intended to talk about in terms of fire propagation?
To show how heat and smoke rise, which is natural, and the fire will continue to burn until there's no more fuel left or no more oxygen or somebody extinguishes it.
Were you considering, too, the time duration of how quickly a fire can develop with just accidental cause?
Yes, there's all kind of national and other videos that show, you know, a fire can go to flash over from a natural fire in 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Is it intended to demonstrate principles?
Yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit JJ, a demonstrative exhibit.
Mr. Blair?
Other than the limiting instruction I'm going to ask the court to give regarding this exhibit, I have no objection.
Okay, thank you. Do you want me to provide that
please.
instruction now, counsel? Okay. Jury, I have an instruction for you. This video is being admitted only to illustrate this witness's testimony. The parties agree that the video is not in any way a recreation of the events at issue in this trial. You may only consider this video to help you understand and evaluate the witness's testimony as it relates to the speed at which a fire might grow and propagate in the absence of liquid accelerants under certain conditions. Counsel
Thank you, Your Honor.
satisfied with that instruction?
That's fine.
Mr. Blair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yes, what,
JJ?
JJ? Court will receive exhibit JJ into evidence.
And you can kind of describe for us as what we're seeing.
It's okay.
Yes.
Okay, right now, in that cardboard box, there's crumbled paper product. It was lit with a match. And there's nothing else to influence its growth outside of, you know, the configuration of the structure and the fuel load.
And you started at 2:04 p.m.?
You know, it says it on that one. I'm not sure the other, there are 2 camcorders videoing this, and I don't know if the other one says the same thing. I think it does, yes.
I have done this exercise, and this is
Switch
what
from
I
this camera
discovered.
after about a minute to the camera on the other side.
Jury, is this board in your way?
Okay. I have done this training thing and I put on all that heavy gear, the scuba, the turnout gear. And once that fire gets really in, you have to go in and put it out. This is a very controlled scenario, by the way, very controlled. And that's when I discovered, when I had the mask on, that I don't like it because it gets very difficult to see through. And I got very claustrophobic as soon as I couldn't see through it.
Way? Better? Okay, thank you.
This is just switching the cameras.
It was getting hot and they were moving it back, the camera.
You were actually present at this video?
Yes. It's burning a building inside my building. Probably not the smartest thing to do.
And what is this showing us right here when it hits the ceiling?
Heat and smoke, fire, go to the, something that stops it from going straight up, a horizontal surface being the ceiling, and then it spreads out in all directions and continues to burn until the fuel's expended.
Hey, June, I saw you followed me, but I don't see a message.
And this is in an enclosed space.
It's
Oh, there it
it's
is.
not totally enclosed. It's, as I said, I had a fire truck, and I had a fire truck, or I had a way to put the fire out, but it's in a big warehouse. My office, where my office was, had a 30-foot ceiling, so this is only an 8-foot ceiling. So we're not going to let it get beyond where it should.
Correct.
But to answer your
That is
question,
correct.
there's
There will be no
sufficient.
there will be no court on Friday or Monday for Ms. Karen Reed, which is good because Monday I have to go out of town in the evening, and I have to. My friend I've been telling you about, Herbie, he's my brother from a different mother. Got an infection in his eye and is pretty much most likely 99% chance he's going to be blind in that eye. The other eye needs a cataract surgery. They can't do that surgery until the infection is gone out of the other eye. So he can't drive or do anything. So I am going to be helping him out. So Monday is going to be a short day, but that's what we do. We take care of our family.
Sufficient fuel, sufficient oxygen to keep the fire going until we extinguished it.
And this is the speed of the fire?
Yes, and that's into 3 minutes, I think.
Right, that's only about 3 minutes into the fire?
Yes. And if everything was, all what it's going through is non-combustible, double thick drywall. So we had plenty of time to let it burn and not have to worry about it going through into the rest of my building.
And let me tell you,
And 2 hallways to make it, so we had sufficient room
Okay, you see how that is being drawn? That is a very what I call, it's not a flashback because it's not instant, but that fire is going to go up and towards the where the oxygen is. It's going to follow the source of oxygen. And believe it or not, you saw that firefighter standing there. It is hot as hell. He is losing a lot of water. He is dehydrating very quickly in that environment. And you can
There's a
drop it.
firefighter's got his full gear on, including a Nomex headgear and a self-contained breathing apparatus. And when they pulled back, there was no fire anywhere near them. It was just a small fire, just to show you how convected and radiated heat transfer can give you some serious burns. So they were protected and they got out before it got worse.
Okay. That's the end of that video. You illustrated that to show how fast fire can propagate even without any liquid accelerant or anything.
Yes.
That's right.
Now, you also showed us when that fire is going pretty crazy in a few minutes. You've been in plenty of fires as a firefighter. Is it as dangerous as it gets?
Yes, that one's controlled, so everybody knew what was going to happen, and they knew there's no more fuel to ignite to hurt them. So, and they had fire hose lying right there from a fire truck. But
let me address this. When you go through your training, is it so that you know how to act in a fire where it's
yes,
you're an inferno?
Yes, it's your job to put that out no matter what. People always think you see people running away and crazy firemen running in. You have to know what you're doing to do that.
What are the things you're combating in terms of critical stress and the way the body reacts?
Well, certainly your heart's pumping more than it would normally. You're excited and you are under a lot of stress because a lot of times we come to homes, we don't know if there's anybody in there. We always treat the fires as there is somebody there.
You've learned about critical stress factors that the body goes through.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I think this is outside his area of expertise.
Goes through his training as a firefighter. That's why they do repetitive training.
Dawn, I did get your message in instant messaging. I don't know if I'm live or not, but we'll figure it out later.
It's getting to be medical.
No,
If you stay away from any medical opinion, it's fine.
I'm not asking for opinions. You have received training on how the body reacts in critical stress situations, right?
Yes.
And those symptoms include what?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, that he's
Part of his
received training. It doesn't mean he's an expert on giving an opinion to a jury about what it might
Maybe
be.
lay more foundation of what
Sure.
the training was.
Tell us where your training was, what your training was, and what kind of subject matters you covered with respect to how a body might react in critical stress.
Well, the first 320 hours that we had were classroom training in all aspects of fire. And as you said, what we go through as a firefighter and to make sure we were able to cope with that.
And what are the things you're trying to cope with and fight against, which is how your training is going to help you?
Well, it's sort of like muscle memory when you're doing what you're doing and you do it over and over and over again, and you rely on the people you're working with to have that same feeling that you do. When you're going in with somebody, that we always had a thing called 2 in, 2 out, that we would go in together as a team. And if we were not coming out, both of us were not coming out. If we got out, both of us were going to get out. And so in that process, the things you're going to be dealing with. Back in my day, we didn't have self-contained breathing apparatuses. I shouldn't say in my day, in the beginning of my tenure.
Mr. Trenkel, with respect to critical stress symptoms, did you learn things like tunnel vision?
Yes.
Describe for us, please, the other body symptoms that you learned to prepare against with training.
Object is to relevance, Your Honor. I don't know how this is even relevant.
Well, can I explain the relevance since he made an objection?
I think, is it related to Sturmer? Is that?
Yes,
where you're going?
these folks train for critical stress. A middle-aged woman does not train for critical stress. That's how it's relevant.
We're providing facts into the record here. I'm just concerned about what's going on in front of the jury with some of these statements that are being made. But in addition, he he's not an expert on critical stress. And how a layperson, he's a firefighter, he's talking about a firefighter, not how a layperson might perceive it.
It's based on his
To
training.
Testify as to firefighters.
Yes.
And their stress levels and what he's learned through his training, but
Right.
not laypersons.
I didn't ask what a layperson, I just asked, what symptoms have you understood through your training that you might go through that the training would help? You said tunnel vision.
Right. Well, make sure you maintain focus for sure, what you're doing, and not panic. I'm not sure the whole program that you're wanting me to tell you, but if you can maybe clarify.
Well, have you learned that you lose your fine motor skills?
Yes.
All right, that's why people fumble with their keys in a high stressful situation.
Yes.
It's leading and now it's
Thank you.
outside the scope while sustained.
We'll go to something here.
Oh, thank you so much for doing what you're supposed to do and follow the driving instructions.
The gas on the sweatpants we were talking about. Under the scientific method, you remember that Mr. Leroy arrived on the scene 3 hours after,
Yes.
and that Mr. Sturmer was at some point outside the house.
He was.
Do you have some understanding of how Mr. Sturmer got from the house to where he was initially found and then transported?
From the house to where he was initially found, no. But from the movement afterward, yes.
And the movements afterward included, first of all, Mr. Matheny putting clothes on him.
Clothing being placed on him. Mrs. Sturmer was on top of him. Then she allowed Mr. Matheny, or not allowed, Mr. Matheny did put a bunch of things on him. But then there was also another movement.
And that other movement involved what?
I don't know if it was the fire chief or somebody else. There was somebody to assist to lift Mr. Sturmer and put him into a little boat and then move him farther away from the actual burning building, because there was fear of there was a 220-gallon fuel oil tank right next to the house, and he wasn't too far from that, so they moved him away.
And as a fire origin and cause expert, you remember Mr. Leroy 3 hours later said he smelled gasoline,
Yes.
or he smelled something fuel and it turned out to be positive gasoline on the sweatpants.
Yes.
Do you have to, as a scientific person under the scientific method, have to rule out how that gas could have gotten on the sweatpants?
Absolutely.
And one of the things you have to rule out is, do you understand?
It's sustained, it's leading.
Okay, what one of the things are in terms of the boat transfer?
You did, dude, leading. Stop that question and go.
Objection leading, Your Honor, he's still leading.
Leading. Same question.
I will. Sir, tell us, if you're the fire origin and cause investigator, what you need to consider in terms of the transfer going back from where Mr. Leroy found him to the house.
I would have to consider, if anything, in that transfer of movement from where he was lying to where he was put in the boat and to where his final destination was, if there was any possibility of any other potential for a gasoline or fuel oil or any other kind of ignitable liquid to have gotten on him. You would have to take the boat, and we use things sometimes like sterile gauze and things like that to get liquid and then take that into evidence and have it go to the laboratory just to check to make sure there wasn't something else. And even on the ground, I would have checked the ground he was on. People are driving back and forth and all that. I don't know what was on the ground that might have been a contaminant. So those are things you need to think about.
What about talking to witnesses, family members?
Absolutely.
Did you find any evidence that Mr. Leroy did any of that?
He pretty much didn't talk to anybody.
Or wipe anything down?
No.
Am I right?
Correct.
All right. In your review of the evidence, did Mr. Leroy even consider collecting data for the boat?
According to what he testified to, he didn't even know a boat existed.
Okay, so according to the scientific method, if you don't collect the data, you can't go through all the other steps, right?
Correct.
And what does that do to your confidence level that he actually ruled out that particular alternate hypothesis?
Back to percentage zero.
Now, would you also have to consider maybe possible contamination?
Why is the mouth and the people not lining up?
Yes.
How would you consider that? And what are you talking about?
Well, we also know that Mr. Matheny placed clothing in other.
Go ahead. You would certainly. One of the things that Mr.
Okay, they
Gasoline.
R and S, Mr. Blair, any objection then? I'm going to read the
No.
instruction. Okay.
come back.
Jury, an instruction for you. This video is being admitted only to illustrate the witness's testimony. The parties agree.
Stop, Carmen. It's Bonaventure. She resurrects everybody. Oh my God, Carmen, good to see you. I have missed you. I've misplaced your address. I need to send you something. So give me your full name, address, and everything again in Discord private message when you can. I'm so glad to see that you're feeling better. Welcome back, beloved.
Agree that the video is not in any way a recreation of the events at issue in this trial. You may only consider this video to help you understand, well, I think there's two, right? Two videos here. To help you understand and evaluate the witness's testimony as it relates to how polyester clothing might burn when doused with 2 ounces of gasoline versus how it might burn in the absence of any gasoline. Satisfied?
There was an instruction about the exemplar sweatpants as well.
We had one
Oh.
sentence.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the 2-sentence one. See, one of you, did you email it?
I did.
Okay, another instruction, jury.
Same situation. And I threw it at it.
As it relates to how polyester burn
Here.
and polyester.
Thank you. R and S.
R and S, and then M.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
what happened to Q? Q, yours.
Oh, Q, I'm sorry. Yes,
Okay,
Q
Q
is
too.
the exemplar.
Okay, and you're good, Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Okay, we'll admit those.
We're at, just FYI, we are at 2 hours, 42 minutes, and 23 seconds in the Cimitilli verdict watch. Welcome back. Your shorts. Well, just watch the video, but that's okay, Haley Mouse. Thank you very much. Do enjoy your hubby. Once it hits that gasoline, that's a pretty decent burn. As soon as it hits that gasoline, it's going to go. Wait for it. Wait for it. So it doesn't burn really fast without an accelerant. See how accelerated it is? Okay. This woman is accused of unaliving her husband by burning him and then running him over with a car, or starting a fire in the home, running him over in the car. And there was some accelerant of some sort found on the clothing, supposedly. And the demonstration here, the first video you saw just a second ago, showed how slow the shorts burned without accelerant versus with accelerant. And that was the purpose of this. And the entire house burnt down. And he came out of the house burning, and she supposedly ran him over with a van. And they have his blood and DNA on the undercarriage of the van and on the tires and on the grass with a tire mark going through the blood splatter. Yeah. Now, she was tried once before and she was found guilty. However, the appellate court, oops, sorry about that, guys, declared it a mistrial due to a technicality, and they are retrying her again. So this is all about fire, baby. And I'm loving it. I'm a fire girl. She appealed the decision, and the court came down that it was a mistrial, or they had to retry her again. I don't know all the details of it, but they had to try her again due to a technicality. Sorry. What the hell? There. I'm gonna take a very quick comfort break, so I'm ready to go when they come back. I'll see you in a minute. Do you not have sound? Now?
There, all of that should be burned away. That shouldn't be standing there anymore.
Because fire goes up.
Yes.
And also, if we're talking about, you said there was OSB board, the testimony has been a lot of wood, open wood in the house and around the chimney chase, OSB board.
Yes.
If that is up there and we're talking about 2 stories, how is it going to fall into the living room?
Well, again, where it actually started, which none of us know, where that fault, if that's what the cause was. We don't know the level of that height where it was, but if it was still in the confines of the cathedral ceiling, it would fall inside the living room. If it was above that, it's going to fail and fall on the roof basically and cause a fire up there.
And you're not here to tell this jury definitively, based on everything you can find, that the chimney chase is the area of origin, are you?
Correct. No, I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying that was a very strong possibility, but I could not say it was.
And it's a strong possibility that has to be ruled out by the fire investigator?
Yes.
And did he?
No. Well, he ruled it out, but he didn't have evidence to rule it out.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So under the scientific method, what you folks always use, you have to rule out these alternate probabilities, possibilities, right?
Right. You have to be able to disprove everything else except your final hypothesis.
Right. Now, let me ask you about possibilities. Since Mr. Blair asked you about, is it possible somebody could pour gas on somebody in the living room and then run down the stairs? You remember that?
I do.
Experts, do you deal in possibilities?
No, that's so much of guesswork that it doesn't apply to anything as far as science goes.
You deal in evidence and probabilities?
Probabilities, yes.
Then you were also asked, well, why didn't you use a human being for those sweatpant tests or an animal? You remember that?
I do.
And why didn't you use a human being for a
Why would you use a human being on a burn test? Hello. Whoever asked that question's a freaking idiot.
sweatpants test or an animal like a pig or whatever else he said?
There's this anthropologist doctor in California, and I wanted to set up, because she burns bodies and for a variety of reasons, but she's an anthropologist, so she burns them too much. And I wanted her to do an experiment for this, and she would, but she was already tied up to doing all these burns for an anthropologist, like bones. They were down to nothing. So I tried to get a cadaver somewhere else. All those things failed, so I couldn't do that. But the mere fact that I know what's going to happen to a body when you pour gasoline on anything.
Objection, Your Honor, is testifying to this court's already ruled.
Yeah, Your Honor, please, there's a legal objection in here somewhere.
It's irrelevant.
There,
It's outside the scope of
I'll
his
sustain the
expertise.
objection. on
thank you.
relevance.
Why didn't you use a live body like Mr. Blair suggested?
The live body would have gotten hurt or killed.
And it's unethical?
That would be a good reason, yeah.
Oh, you were also asked about some questions about polyester and difference in polyester. First of all, you understand, you do understand polyester is a man-made synthetic
It is,
plastic.
yes,
So it doesn't matter what kind of little blend of polyester it is.
correct,
Polyester melts.
yes,
And that's what you're trying to illustrate in that video.
yes.
Okay.
God. Yeah. I don't know where or why it shows I have
You're
two
aware that Mr.
streams
Shinsky has a
open.
lot of expertise.
It shows I have two streams open, and I don't know why. So I'm going to do something. Hopefully, I won't disconnect, but if I do, just keep close. I'll be right back.
In fire investigation, origin and cause,
Yes,
as do you.
yes.
Are you aware of any expert in this case, other than Mr. Leroy, who said that what Mr. Leroy did was adequate?
Object, Your Honor, that's one for your sake.
I just, if he's aware, I didn't ask for a statement.
I don't understand the question, honestly. What
Are
is
you
it?
aware of any evidence that any expert in this case besides Mr. Leroy defended what Mr. Leroy did?
I'm not aware of any evidence.
What was your answer?
I'm not aware of any evidence to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blair?
You would agree with me, sir, that that cause and origin investigation is not a, like, quote unquote, hard science. Would you agree with me there?
What do you mean by hard?
Well, that's a bad question. Let me rephrase that. Like, for instance, a chemist in a lab or a DNA expert working in a forensics lab that rely on very controlled environments, scientific instruments, et cetera.
Yes,
So you would agree with me that that cause and origin is not a hard science?
there are variables that are uncontrollable, yes,
Because a lot of this relies on your training and experience, correct?
correct.
And it's your interpretation of fire patterns. Is that correct?
Fire patterns are being more and more discounted unless you have them covered with gasoline or some accelerant well, it depends what patterns you're talking about. I misspoke.
That's okay. That's all right. I'm asking in very general sense. It's you looking at something and then evaluating it based on your training and experience, correct?
Correct.
It's not something that you bring out a special instrument and it measures it and it gives you a answer within a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, correct?
No, we don't have that yet.
All right. Would you agree with me that a person that would have the opportunity to go to the scene and view the scene in its original condition would have kind of a better idea of what went on?
I guess I have to use,
Objection foundation and call from the speculator, we're talking about would have a better opportunity, that is one thing.
Overrule the objection.
it depends is what I was going to say, and then I will explain it depends. It depends on the level of experience of the one person as opposed to another. And it more depends on the first person preserving the evidence for someone else to see.
You would agree that being able to view something with your eyes in person is better than looking at photographs, correct?
Absolutely, but that can't be done in fire investigations because you're moving debris and changing the aspects of the scene as a way to get to the cause of the fire, and that's why you have to document it.
And just one final question, and just so we have a foundation here, you again reviewed Linda Sturmer's statements, correct?
During the course of my 12 years involved in this, yes.
And you reviewed her statement that she stated that the only place she saw fire was between Todd's recliner and the master bedroom, correct?
I guess the word between again means it wasn't on either one of those things. It was between them. But if
Okay.
you want to say the expanse of the fire, yes.
In other words, she observed a trail of fire between the master bedroom and the living room and the recliner, correct?
I believe I answered that a long time ago, saying a trail is a whole different subject and a whole different observance or perception of a fire that is burning in all of those locations. There's nothing to do with a trail.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller, briefly.
A few more questions. Person your experience, person of Mr. Shinsky's experience, even Mr. Leroy's experience, very hard to
Hey, out and about with
somebody like
Diane.
you into thinking that an intentional fire is an accidental fire, right?
Objection, Your Honor, from the question.
I'll sustain it.
There are obvious signs when some, I apologize.
It's sustained.
Thank you. There are obvious signs when somebody is trying to intentionally start a fire, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for, well, it's very broad answer, calls for speculation.
He's got 50 years.
The way it's phrased, I'll sustain on speculation.
Okay. Can you tell us the kind of, you mentioned trailers. Explain for the judge what a trailer is.
A
Not
trailer
for the jury.
Yes, observing a trailer. There was more of that years ago than there are now, but people would pour gasoline. I think that Mr. Blair actually said, you know, if you walked in this room and somebody poured a trail and set it on fire, you would very clearly see it visually. If the fire flashed and went out, I think I remember Mr. Leroy was asked about a flash fire before too. And it's very obvious to see, and you'll smell the gasoline and you'll see this pattern. But it doesn't conform to the question I was asked and what Ms. Sturmer saw.
Okay. A trailer would be obvious as opposed to that there was gas within a boundary.
Well, trailer can also,
I mean, start that, not gas, fire within a boundary versus a trailer.
right, exactly. And a trailer is a whole different meaning by me in all the years and way before 921. It clearly shows whether it was more masked by a flashover or whatever the case may be. The whole room may be involved, but hypothetically and sometimes often when you go through the debris, you will find this pattern, which is called a trailer. But the question I've been asking is not anything to do with a trail or a trailer.
There were no evidence of a trailer in this case, was there?
No,
No evidence of multiple points of origin in this case,
no,
which is another sign
yes.
that might suggest arson.
Yes, if a fire was over here in this corner and a fire over in that corner with no reason for either one of them to happen, and they weren't communicated one to another, it'd be clear to all of us that that was something wrong.
Okay. And then finally, your ability to determine whether somebody did a job properly is based, one, on you said their competence and experience,
Yes,
and also would it be based on their candor and truthfulness in what they did?
yes, I always liken fire investigation to a chef. You're only as good as your last meal. Wolfgang Puck may have made a million good meals, as Mr. Leroy, but this case wasn't sufficient, wasn't done sufficiently.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Obviously, in this case, we can't verify any trailer or anything in the living room because it was completely destroyed, correct?
The floor was, yeah, it was OSB, it went down below. Whatever was below, you might find the remnants of a ignitable liquid, but you wouldn't find the trailer, correct?
Well, there is certain factors that can determine whether or not you're going to find an ignitable liquid, correct?
Yeah, it depends on the degree of damage.
Right, so if the floor was completely destroyed and burned away, that could be a factor, correct?
Well, when you say it was completely burned away, there's residual debris on the floor. Yes, a lot of it was consumed and fell. The condition of how much was left is something I'll never know.
And another factor that could affect gasoline would actually be the amount of water used by a fire department, correct?
Gasoline is not water soluble. I've had cases where, I've actually did demonstrations where I could put 1,000 gallons of water on 3 ounces of gasoline on the ground, and the gasoline would stay on top, just like when you have oil slicks or slicks like that with petroleum distillate. They're going to remain there, and the water's going to go past it. It could push it around, but it's not going to change its components.
Well, that's my point. What you just described sounds like a controlled experiment where it was on a standing body of water, correct?
No, I'm saying that I poured the gasoline, and I found gasoline with 500,000 gallons of water been applied to a fire scene, and still found residue of gasoline that was analyzed in the laboratory. What I'm saying my demonstration is that I poured a minuscule amount of gasoline on the ground and then didn't direct stream that thing so it would be spread around. It was not lightly put on. It was a fog spray. It wasn't fog, but it's just wide little pellets like when you're in your shower. And then we let it sit for a while and still get the gasoline. But I'm saying in the real world, I've done that also. You know, we know sometimes that there had to be something to accelerate a fire based on witness information, based on what we could see physically. And we have come up with a gasoline sample after going through all the debris.
Sometimes you don't, correct?
Sometimes you don't, correct.
And you would agree with me, obviously, that a fire hose is different pressure and different volume of water than that of your hose you use in your experiment, correct?
No, I used fire hose.
Oh, you used a fire hose.
First off, I had a fire truck of my own, but that was done, I believe, in Detroit. We did it with a bigger truck. I had a mini pumper.
That was not in a burned out house, correct?
No, but I have had the same experiences in a burned out house. And by the way, I can tell you the pressure if you want to let me. It's usually 200 pounds per square inch is what we fight fires with. It can vary a little bit here and there, but it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, just finally, whether you can find any remnants of gasoline depends on how good you do your excavation and how thorough it is.
Certainly would be part of it.
Okay. And any evidence you have of evidence samples for gasoline that Mr. Leroy took, there was no evidence of gasoline, right?
We didn't take any sample.
Okay, thank you.
Jury, do you have questions of this witness? Okay, I see some coming in.
Look at that. Look, she's really dressed up today. She's not been that fancy.
Do things, but if they, I think they're probably referring to 921, don't you think, or not? Does it say?
Yeah, it just says NFPA guidelines. My guess is the 921.
Yeah, so no, 921 is a guide, but it is a guide that is supposed to be a subjective, not a subjective, an objective document that you take, because it talks about don't be subjective in a lot of the areas. I think some we put on the screen. So, but it's not an absolute, it's not something you must do, but if you don't follow it, I can tell you that it won't be good for you in the end.
If you could answer this one with a yes or no, please.
Okay.
Do you have any personal connection with Linda Sturmer or her family?
I do not.
Do you conduct all investigations remotely? If not, why?
Almost never remotely. I'm almost always at the scene conducting an investigation like Mr. Leroy does. Not too many other ways of doing it other than if you're going to be trying to assess somebody else's work.
Where was the electrical panel installed in the house?
Basement level along the south wall.
According to NFPA 921 regarding excavation and debris examination, the terms adequate, in quotes, and some, in quotes, were shown. Does the investigator determine what these terms include?
I'm not sure about the word some. I'd have to, see that paper again. But there's a lot of, an investigator is given some latitude about what he feels is necessary. But if you're going to make a definitive cause determination, you have to go above and beyond that adequate level to make sure that your determination is correct.
Thank you. In Leroy's photo of the rear of the house that you reviewed, more of the exterior is burned away on the north side of the bay window than the south side. If the fire started in the chimney chase, why would you get an asymmetrical burn pattern on the window area?
There's only one picture I think that was shown. I don't know what Mr. Leroy's, I don't think he showed any other ones, but the dash cam from the sheriff's department, first arriving sheriff, you can see that the wind was coming out of the southwest, going across the house to the northeast. That's the explanation. Well, ventilation and fire suppression also.
How common is it for you to be called to review a case done by someone who was an expert in their field?
Common's kind of a common word.
I
I guess if I took percentages of how many fires I do and do somebody else's, do a technical review as opposed to my own, it would be slight.
Having not been to the house yourself right after the fire, did you at any point talk with Mr. Leroy to review any part of his investigation, to ask why or how he came to any conclusions? If not, why not?
Okay, I relied on his report and other information that he gathered. Normally speaking, we don't communicate, although we had the federal evidentiary hearing, we may have spoken a little bit, but it really wouldn't have been getting into the meat of the matter of the fire. It would be what he reported and what he testified to and what I testified to.
You stated there are two editions of NFPA 921, one published in 1992 and one in 2024. Are there procedures and codes in the 2024 edition that are not in the 1992 edition?
I wish I'd have brought both of them in. They're in my car. The 921 today is this thick. 921 in 1992 was 1/5 of the dimension of this book. But I didn't mean to confuse you. These are not the only two. They're published and printed almost every 3 years. The first one in 92, then there was one in 95, 98, 2001, 2005, then 2008, then 2011, 2014, 17, 21, and then this book. Each one of them, became more refined, had more information for us to have a better knowledge base. A lot of the book really doesn't have a direct relationship to what Mr. Leroy and I do, but it's something we should know about and how to proceed from there. More about electrical and mechanical, and they've added more about wildland fires.
That's my
seaboard, vessels,
expertise.
not just a boat, but
You give me a
watercraft, I guess, put it
wildland,
that way.
we got a
Okay,
problem.
so there are some
Shut up.
differences.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And which edition are you quoting from today in regards to fire investigation, procedure, and regulations?
Everything is from the 2024 version because it's not a standard, it was a standard or a code, you would rely on the code or standard of that moment. But this is never, by the volume, because it's ever changing or ever more additions. And today I need to be testifying to what was in 2024.
Is the 2024 edition of the NFP 921 relevant to analyze information, data collection, and excavation from 2007?
Yes, it expands upon it. And what was done in 2007 might not have all of the different things that need to be done now, but we are now in time frame. And if I may have testified to less than this book naturally because there wasn't this big book in 2007, but I would be responsible for what happened in the interim, how much more knowledge we have, our knowledge base is greater. So I would have to testify to what we have now, even critiquing my own investigation from 2007.
If you believe the fire may have started in the fireplace chase, then how do you explain how the fire made it to the victim recliner in the manner depicted by defendant?
Good one.
If the chase is compromised and there was no barrier between the chase and the living room, there could have been a great deal of falling debris coming down on top of him. His hands were burned like this, as though he was stopping himself from whatever was happening.
You can't testify to the position of the.
I'll sustain as to the
Okay.
position of him. We'll move on to the next question. How do you explain the victim burns on body, but sweatpants seem unharmed?
Okay, that's a pretty easy one for me, but your body can only take temperatures from 110 degrees Fahrenheit and up. Pants, clothing items, I don't know if any of you have heard of them. There's 2 movies, 1 remake, Fahrenheit 451. That is the basic lowest temperature that combustible clothing materials and other materials will actually ignite. So I can't get into that. That's the reason, is he's not burned. I mean, pants aren't burned, he's burned because he can only take the 110 and he could only take it for a short time. I would say that because of convected and radiated heat transfer, I'll give you another example. The sun is radiated heat. If we stay too long in the sun, our clothes won't burn, but we will. We're going to feel that heat, especially when it's exposed, but even if it's protected by the clothing. But that was one of the big reasons why there was no way, can't get into that.
Okay.
That we can leave it at that. Skin and body burn much quicker or get degraded because of a lower temperature exposure.
Thank you. Counsel, any questions in light of the jury questions and answers, Mr. Blair or Mr. Mueller?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to go backwards because it's freshest in my mind. This idea of skin burning, but the clothes didn't burn. Does NFPA 921 speak to that?
They do, or it does.
Do you have a section on that that you can tell us about?
Not sure if I have that section marked anymore. I might have taken it out, but I'll find it.
How about section 24.2.5?
Oh, he already got the homework done. He knows right where to take that one, baby.
2.5.1.
He knows
How about we go there?
exactly where to take it.
Okay, I do need glasses. I think.
You want my pair?
I got it. I was just looking, and a 7 looked like a 5 or something. Yeah, it's on the top of the page.
Okay, just FYI. This is an FYI. 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 39 seconds in deliberations for the Monica Simitilli trial. Yeah, we're getting ready to go on to another witness. We're almost ready for lunch. They've been at lunch for an hour. We can get it
Burns at, thermal burns begin.
Wasn't the section I thought it was going to, but let me see.
Y'all, I've been having some not prosciutto, what's it called? The Italian bread with all the garlic and tomatoes. Not prosciutto, but
This
That
talks
section,
about,
does that section, do we have a section that tells us thermal burns begin at 110 degrees?
we do, but I don't see it here. This is more about kilowatts and.
I might have the wrong section, but you do know what NFPA 921 talks about
It's
steam
in,
burns.
it's in the book. It should be in this section, I think.
Do you remember what Dr. Markey said the burn, how he described the burns as thermal burns?
Yes,
And then does NFPA 921 also tell us that heat can be transferred through clothing, causing burns to the underlying skin without any readily identifiable damage to the clothing?
yes. Well, I've seen that firsthand many times.
And why is that?
Because of the ignition temperature, the temperature burning for the
prosciutto.
clothing
That's
materials
what
at
it is.
450
Prosciutto.
degree level, as opposed to your skin at 110 and a shortly small amount above.
There's a picture that's up on the screen. I think it was addressing the question about some damage more to the north side of these bay windows, which would be the left,
Yes,
right? And then you mentioned a photograph from the in-car video.
yes,
Does that show the wind blowing toward the north?
yes,
Okay. Would that help account for the fact that you may have more damage to the north side?
absolutely.
I'm not used to having a
And with
honey.
regard to
Get me some drink.
one, you said NFPA 921 changes about every 3 years.
Yes,
It's
it's
updated.
supposed to be consistent every 3 years.
I have to-
I can tell you that I was in technical committees, and I'm not in now, I get no more time, but hopefully I have a lot more time, didn't mean it that way. Once this goes into print and comes out, the technical committees are already working on anything else that's new and advanced, and then there's the technical committee, like the judge, takes these things and looks at them, and then if they're valid, or I would say any questions are invalid, but questions that really make an impact for a newer section in the book or even a sentence, that will be put in, and then it's voted on by all NFPA members. And
Mr. Trinkle, some questions addressed 2007 version and what might have been in effect then versus 2024. We are here in a 2025 trial. You as an expert, and any expert has to be open to change, right?
absolutely.
So what standard or what guidelines NFPA 921 apply to this trial and this criminal case in 2025?
It would be the 2024 edition.
And just with respect to the
didn't get that
various
book.
guides, if you're not open to change, what is that evidence of?
Can't be stagnant. You always got to be moving forward and learning every day. I learn something every day.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's irrelevant, but like stepping on a Lego coming out of my bed.
Oh, I have a question.
Yes,
There was a question regarding, are some of the guidelines absolute or subjective? You remember that?
yes,
The scientific method has been in effect since 1992 and before.
yes.
Right. That has to be complied with.
Well, the caveat is it has to be utilized and complied with unless you can absolutely say you did something equivalent and it comes out to the same thing, just trying to get to what caused the fire. But normally speaking, if you said you didn't do this, they wouldn't even allow you to testify in most courts.
Certainly, Mr. Leroy was subject to scientific method in 2007, just as he is today, just as you are.
Yes,
And you have an opinion, you said, as to whether he complied or not with the scientific method, and that was?
no,
Okay, guys, we have Lori Daybell back. So I'm
And
going
the
to,
excavation principles in
okay, we're
NFPA
going to finish with
921
them.
are the same now as they
We're
were
not
back
in the middle
way
of a
before
witness.
2007, right?
Yes.
So the fact that
They're still getting the jury and
he
everything.
didn't do what he told the jury he did, that would be in effect, you're held to those same standards.
Yes, you are.
So many questions. Okay. Are there any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Trinkle. Let me get them in.
Yes. Thank you. You, I think you've even testified that to this here in court today. You don't agree with all portions of NFPA 921, correct?
Some I get revised and people like Mr. Leroy and myself would look at them and ask, put a suggestion in like the jury, in the jury box to make a change. I've had sometimes where the computer section was new and the second edition that came out, I think it's 2005 and 2008, one of them said this is, and it was wrong. It was, typo, but a big typo. And so then they put it down is not, they left them both in.
Well, but I think you've even testified this here in court. You don't agree with some of the information or the way they define things in NFPA 921, correct?
I guess define, you have to explain what definitions you're talking about.
I think we talked about you used ignitable liquid.
Oh, yes, I don't like that, yes.
You don't like that,
I
correct?
do not, because I have to explain to a jury that liquid doesn't ignite. It takes me more time to get to the point of fact.
And NFPA 921 is not an absolute, correct?
Correct.
It is, there's no requirement that you follow it, correct?
Requirements.
Legal requirement.
I guess there is no legal requirement.
And I think you testified to this in 2007, there were less requirements or less guidance, I think, in the 2007 edition than there was in the current editions of NFPA.
Yes, the 2007 would be somewhere halfway between these two. Each volume from the 92 version, which was very thin, the 2007 version increased in size and what was covered. And as
June, you were perfectly right. And I was going to talk about that. So they're sitting here saying that this trial happened in 2000, this event happened in 2007, and the standard set for 2025, it would be like using the DSM-5 to a case that was done prior to the DSM-5 for mental conditions. I hope they're using the correct guidelines for the time of the crime that they did. Yeah. And that is something, if I'm a defense witness, I'm going to hop up and say, hey, wait a minute, you can't use the guidelines for 2425 on something that happened in 07. You got to use the guidelines in 06, 07. And if there was no guidelines, too bad. You can't use this in court and motion to have it stricken. That's what I'd be doing. I'd be objecting like
every year, I've never seen every edition. I've never seen it get smaller.
So I guess at the time in 2007, a fire investigator would have only had the guidance that the 2007 edition would have been provided, correct?
That guidance from the book, yes.
And would have only had then that guidance when conducting their investigation, writing their reports, so on and so forth, correct?
Right. We don't carry the book with us.
Because you would agree with me that looking back at something from today's standards to 2007, that's kind of reviewing something in hindsight, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Like I said, I would review my own now and probably criticize it in a critique of what I didn't do the times before, but it wouldn't be critical.
But at the time, it may have been completely appropriate.
Completely appropriate. I'd have to know what you're talking about. It
Well,
was
sure.
a particular thing.
Well, you were just talking about looking back and even second guessing yourself or reviewing
Sure.
yourself, right?
Sure.
So, but what I guess what I'm getting at then is if you're looking back and finding things you may have done wrong in, 15 years ago, it didn't make them wrong at the time, correct?
It all depends what you did wrong. If you called a fire something that you couldn't prove, and now you find out that you can prove it or disprove it, as you mentioned before, yeah, those are variables I can't really address.
Now, when a fire goes up, it actually hits a roof and spreads out, does it not?
It hits, let's take this room for example. Yes, fire starts on the floor level, continues to burn upward and outward, depending on the configuration of the room, configuration of the fire load, but eventually it
and
hits
where
a
the
barrier,
oxygen source is
like a
coming
horizontal
from.
surface, then it spreads out.
So, for instance, in the pictures we've looked at, then I think this is based on one of the juror questions. If the fire had gone up, it should have hit the roof and then spread to all areas of the roof in the Serma residence, correct?
beyond what is the questions from the jury.
I think that's right in line with the jury question.
Oh, I'll let you ask, but I'll alert both of you. This witness has been on the stand since yesterday, so if you have any great questions, I'd suggest that you ask them now.
I think that's right in line, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Could you please rephrase? I don't want to
Sure.
say something wrong.
If the fire had gone straight up and hit the roof and then spread out, like you've talked about what they do, it should have spread to all areas of the roof in the Sturmer house, correct?
I don't think it's going to hit the roof. It's going to hit the ceiling of the cathedral ceiling, which isn't the roof. It's not right there. You've got probably scissor trusses or something to separate the ceiling of the cathedral ceiling from the roof, and it's going to spread from there first, and it's going to, as I said, heat and smoke, fire, rise.
Okay, you're covering your ass right there. The ceiling is what you call the inner layer. Then you have the trusses, insulation, and then the roof. Okay, well, let me get it like that. Okay. This is the ceiling. This is the roof. That's how you need to describe that, boo. It's going to hit the ceiling and it's going to spread. But if you got a fire here, I say this here, it's going to come up, hit this part. It's not going to come down. It's going to keep going to the highest part. The flames go to the highest part and burn from the highest part down.
Rise, but they rise in a conical shape. It's not like this is three-dimensional stuff. Wherever the fire starts, say where Mr. Leroy is sitting, it's going to go in all directions around him and up until it meets that resistance. But that resistance is part of the house, not the roof.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
The inside of the room ceiling. The roof is the external.
Yeah, brief, great
Oh.
questions.
You were just asking questions about complying, excavation, documentation. Those were absolutely required in 2007, just as they are now, right?
That's correct.
And that is ingrained in fire experts from the time they start training, right?
Yes.
You remember, you were asked questions about, I'm going to call it, I forgot what Mr. Blair called it, playing devil's advocate with yourself. How could I be wrong?
Yes.
Right? And that's something that every fire investigator should do throughout their investigation.
Yes.
Do you have any evidence that Mr. Leroy played devil's advocate with himself on any part of his report? Do you have
Sustained
evidence?
speculation.
Okay. Is there a requirement in 921, back in 2007 and now, to be truthful and candid in your documents and reporting?
Also staying cumulative.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dialogue? No. May this witness be excused from subpoena if he's under one, counsel?
Yes, I don't think he's under.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're all done.
Okay, so we're now gonna pause. Don't get upset because we were warned, and I have it down below. I'm gonna stop the scroll, and we're gonna go back to the Lori Daybell trial. This trial is our main focus. They've come back.
Attorneys present, the defendants present will continue with the cross. Was there something before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state.
All right, we'll bring the jury in.
Yes, well, 3 hours, 12 minutes. It says here, oh, you're right, it's not playing. My bad. 3 hours. Come on, catch up. 4 hours.
Ms.
You're
Hancock,
exactly right.
you
Thank you very
said
much,
that you
dude.
had
Not
seen
a
on
complaint.
TV that my husband had passed away. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated after that you saw my sister-in-law, Kay Woodcock, on that show and you reached out to her. Is that correct?
I didn't indicate that, but that is correct. I reached out to Kay after I saw that Charles had died.
Okay. And did you do that through Facebook or
I did.
social media? Okay. How many times between that first contact and now have you and Kay Woodcock communicated?
I've spoken to her just once. I've texted her here and there regarding, I've texted her here and there about other things. I don't know what I can say.
Okay. How many times have you texted her?
I have no idea.
Like more than 10?
I'm in multiple split
Maybe.
screens.
Okay. Have you ever turned over those communications to the state?
No,
Did they ask you for them?
no.
Okay.
Why would they?
Did you ever turn over the text conversations you had with my husband to the state?
I was never asked, but I understand that they retrieved them via having them through Charles' phone.
Okay.
I would have had I been asked.
Okay. Did you turn over any other communications that you had with anyone else regarding this case to the state?
I don't believe I've had any other regarding this case to turn over to anybody, so no.
Okay. How many times have you spoken to this prosecutor?
To Ms. Kay,
Yes, to Ms. Kay.
I met with her once in person and one other phone call, and then just text messages about the logistics of being here today.
Okay. How many text messages would you say?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I know court was running behind, so she had to text me to come at a different time. Probably counting yesterday and today to redo the time, more than 10, yes. Prior than that, probably no.
Okay. Did you have a meeting with her to prepare for this testimony?
I met with her once,
How long was that meeting?
an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Okay. Was anyone else there?
No,
Did you take any notes? Was it recorded? Were any
Have
notes
you
taken?
ever spoken to my brother, Adam?
yes, but only because I ran into him at my grandson's pickleball tournament the other day.
She's like, what the hell?
And how did you know that was him?
Because I've seen him on media via the situation surrounding you.
So you initiated a conversation with him?
I just said hi, and that was, he asked me who my grandson was, and I pointed it out, and that was the end of it.
So you introduced yourself to him?
No. Just said hi.
To my brother?
I don't know that I introduced myself, but maybe.
How would he know who you were?
I don't know that he knew who I was. I knew who he was.
So you went up and talked to him?
I did talk with him, yes.
He didn't call you over, so you went up and talked to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you were talking to him, you told him you were who?
How do you know about this?
I told him that my name was Nancy Jo Hancock.
And did he recognize that name from something?
Ooh, this is good.
Can I go back and change how I met your brother? I forgot this until right now. So on a dating app, your brother's picture came up on my dating app. And I sent him a message and said, but he had a different name that he used, not Adam. And so I just sent him a message and said if he was going to use someone else's pictures, he should probably pick someone different than Adam Cox. That's how I met him.
That's how you met my brother, Adam?
Correct.
Do you know what perjury is?
Absolutely.
Can I object, Your Honor, to
Question.
argumentative harassment?
Argumentative.
How long was this conversation that you had with my brother at the pickleball tournament?
A couple of minutes, maybe less.
And how many times had you communicated with him before that?
Only that message on that dating app. Besides that,
One message, one time?
I don't remember. I think he messaged me back and it didn't continue.
So it
It's
just
been a
one
long
day
time
then?
ago, woman.
Maybe several messages in one day?
I
How
might
would
have
you
sent him
know
one
this
other
information is
message,
what I want
one
to
other
know.
message, but it was just one interaction and there was nothing further.
And you did not schedule a date with him?
I did not.
Okay.
Using another name is a good
Have you
information.
ever spoken to Brandon Boudreau?
Yes,
Okay, when?
How do you know all these people? How do you know this?
he attends the same church that my daughter does, and
Oh.
he happened to be at their house briefly, and I didn't really speak to him. I just knew that that's who he was
And how did you know who he was?
because my daughter told me.
And who did she say he was?
Brandon Boudreau.
In relation to me?
She knows the story and I know the story, so she just had to tell me that his name was Brandon Boudreau.
That he was married to my niece? Is that the information that you had?
I know that he was married to your niece, yes.
Okay. Just the association is all I was asking. And you did speak to him that time?
Well, I don't believe I spoke with him.
Okay. Yeah, but you met him? Or
I don't know that I even met him. I was there. He was there with some other people, and I knew that that's who that was.
So you didn't introduce yourself to him?
I did not.
Okay.
Did you speak to any other law enforcement besides Miss K? Not that she's law enforcement, but
Did you speak to any other law enforcement about this case or be interviewed?
Yes.
Who? Who did you speak with?
Detective Moffat is who interviewed me. I believe that's, I might have left a message for him. I couldn't tell you who with, but the only one that I spoke to was Detective Moffat, Nathan Moffat.
and when was that interview?
In 2020, I believe in April. A long time ago.
Okay. How long was that interview about?
It was a telephone interview and it lasted 45 minutes, I'd say.
Is that the only law enforcement that you spoke to besides
The prosecutor?
Yes.
And how long between that interview with Detective Moffat and your first communications with Ms. K?
How much time passed in between there?
With Trina Kay,
Correct.
I met with her just a month ago, 5 weeks ago, and I gave an interview in 2020, so
Is that the first communication you had with Ms. K was 5 weeks ago?
yes.
Okay. Ms. Hancock, were you aware at the time of your date that I did not know that my husband was on dating websites and dating women?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were you informed by him that
that I knew of the situation of us being separated?
He was under the impression you were having an affair, so him moving on was a natural effect from that.
He told you that?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Just to recap, you said that you met my husband Charles, on July 3rd. Is that correct?
Approximately. Give or take a day.
And you went on a date with him on July 10th.
Correct.
So that was what, 7 days later?
Approximately.
So would it be fair to say that you knew my husband for a week?
Approximately.
Okay. And then you had no contact with Charles after that, correct?
Well, he was dead, so clearly I didn't have contact.
Okay.
Yeah, he died the very next day, woman.
And it wasn't until you saw that he had passed away on the news that you reached out to anyone, is that
Oh.
correct?
Correct. I didn't know he was dead.
And that was about 6 months later? Is that correct?
I believe it was December, so July to December is 5 months, I believe.
Okay. And then you found Charles' sister, Kay Woodcock, my sister-in-law, yes?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm just going over the timeline, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So when is the then you're referring to?
So at the 5 months later that you said in December, after that is when you contacted Kay Woodcock?
To express my condolences for her brother passing away and wanted to let her know that I had had dinner with him that last night and how much he loved JJ and how excited he was to see him the next morning. And just
Thank you, that's enough.
Ooh, she's loving this control, y'all. She is so loving.
Just
the-
recapping here, and you contacted her through Facebook, is that correct?
And again, asked and answered.
I don't think that was actually asked yet. I'll overrule. Go ahead.
yes, as I said before, I contacted her through Facebook.
Okay. And then sent a few text messages, is that correct?
That is
Yeah.
correct.
This is recap of everything we've already gone through.
And then you said you met with police on April 22nd, 2020, is that correct?
I didn't say April 22nd. I said I believed it was sometime in April.
Okay,
And I didn't meet with them. It was a telephone interview.
okay. And that was around 1 year after my husband passed away, is that correct?
Well, July to April would be 10 months, so.
No more questions, Your Honor?
All right, redirect.
Ooh. Whoa.
Did you reach out to the police or did the police reach out to you after you learned Charles was?
I reached out to the police. I was surprised given that if they'd seen his phone, they would see the text communication that we had had and that we had been at dinner that night before he died.
Wow.
In terms of speaking with Charles's family, Kay Woodcock, did you know her before this?
No.
Had you heard her name through speaking with Charles?
Yes, from Charles. I knew that he had changed his life insurance to his sister Kay. And he talked quite a bit about Kay and his love for her and the relationship with JJ and how they had adopted JJ.
So you understood the closeness he had with his sister.
Absolutely.
And you said you reached out to pay your condolences.
I did.
When you learned that Charles was dead, were you shocked?
I was watching the TV and it was talking about a case and his picture came on the screen and shocked is an understatement. Yes.
In terms of talking with Kay, have you ever tried to talk to other people to learn about or verify if the stuff that Charles told you is accurate?
No.
Is what you are telling us just what he told you?
What I'm telling you is part of what he told me. There's a lot more.
And did you tell the police all of what he told you? That you could remember at that time, I should say.
I believe, no, I thought I would probably be interviewed again, and it was more an ask-answer format. There was, I remember being surprised that I wasn't interviewed again.
Because Charles had shared so much with you.
Correct.
In terms of the defendant's brother, Adam, did you ever talk with him about the case?
No.
Through media, did you recognize him?
I
as-
recognized him because I'd seen him on reports. And I knew that he was going to be testifying in this hearing.
When did you see him? When was this interaction
Like
at this pickleball?
a week and a half ago.
So a week and a half ago, when you see him at a pickleball tournament with
Mhm.
your grandkid, you say hi to him?
Basically.
You don't talk at all about the case?
We might have talked about that we were testifying. I don't know. No details for sure.
Okay.
Just a general, and then he saw who my grandson was, and the end.
So nothing about, hey, I'm going to say this, or Charles
Absolutely,
told me this.
absolutely not.
When you and I met, did we go through your testimony? Or let me get this right. Did we go through what you told the police?
Yeah.
Did I indicate to you to just tell the truth,
You told me to tell the truth,
whatever that was?
whatever that was.
You were asked about the fact that you knew Charles for basically a week, right?
Correct.
Did he make an impression on you?
Charles was a large personality. It would be hard not to be impressed by his wit and just gregarious, big personality with his Southern accent.
You were asked
Oh,
on a cross about you dating a married man.
Correct.
What was your impression of where
we have
this
camera
relationship was
movement.
between Charles?
We got move, boom, 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 boom. When my hearing aids go weird, I stutter. We have camera movement. They're still counting on the clock, but something's going on in the Monica Simatilli trial. Keeping an eye out.
Charles and Lori Vallow when you and Charles started talking?
Well, I knew that they had separated and that they had reconciled, and I knew he had filed, and then he had recanted that. But he also had met with an attorney to begin the process again, and was very emphatic that he was done with all the craziness.
And was that last time something that you understood to be very recent?
Prior test meeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
When he's talking to you, he's telling you about, you said sort of the whole year of 2019, correct? But this last understanding that you had of him now going back to a divorce lawyer, was that something you understood to be very recent in time to that July 10th when you're meeting?
Correct.
Okay.
My hearing aids just
And did
disconnected,
you
so I don't know what they're
understand him to
saying.
have even met with an attorney?
I
There it is.
believe he told me that, yes.
So that was where you were at.
Yes.
And that's what you understood Charles to be at.
Yes, and I will say, after having dinner with him, I did tell him that no one would want to be serious with him until he was further along in accomplishing that divorce that he was in the process of, including including
Thank you,
myself.
Elena.
So even though you knew he was just barely starting now,
Yay!
would you still want to meet with him again?
Yeah, I wouldn't have entertained a serious relationship, but he was fun, and yeah, I would have met with him again.
All right. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions for this witness from the jury? I see at least one question coming down. I think we have our white noise.
The jury asked questions?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, they do. She's like, oh, dang. All right. We gonna have our sidebar.
Sidebar.
Yes, we is. We gonna have a sidebar. My chair rolls and I don't want it to right now. I want it to stay where it is. Okay, it stayed. So right now we are at 4 hours, 21 minutes, and 49 seconds into the jury deliberation. The camera had done some moving, so we may have something coming up soon. Who knows? But I got it on. I got it on, y'all. I'm watching it. We're gonna see. Oh, it blinked again. Poor lady. Oh, we can zoom. Why short break? But we just had this witness up here. Why are we taking a break? I think Lori is really enjoying the control because she's very much come here, do this, do that with her team. And I bet when she gets back to prison, because she ain't getting
Does
out
the
of
defendant have
prison.
follow-up based on that juror question?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
All right, state.
Yeah.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Okay, so
State
they are
Court
going to
next
take a
witness.
quick break. Who knows? She may become a jailhouse lawyer. She may become the next jailhouse lawyer. So now we are in break for both of them. We're in break over here. Yes, we is. So how are y'all feeling? I gave a question up there. Let's see, did anybody answer it? Let me get back to the live questions. We got gripping is the last. So I asked a question in chat. How do you think the witness did with the cross from Lori? I got to tell you, that would suck to have the wife of the person that died that you were dating asking you a question. I saw a bad joke, y'all. I'm sorry. Somebody sent me a bad joke. Oh my gosh. It was so bad, y'all. I can't say it on live. I can't. I don't want to upset anybody. I don't want to upset anybody. All right. What did the Latino say to the white guy stalled at the green light? Gringo! Okay, y'all may not get it. Gringo. Hey, gringo. That's what they say, call white people. Gringo. My humble opinion seems that she was respectful, however strange. Yeah, that would have been very awkward. Awkward. All right, you guys, on the scale of 1 to 10, being the best that you could expect from her and 1 being the worst, rate her performance thus far as her own representing, pro se self. What do you think? How do you think she's doing on a scale of 1 to 10? Sorry, guys, that was Diane. She's trying to get in, and the link for some reason isn't coming through. June, thank you for being so responsive. So you're saying right now you see her as a 3 to a 4. I'll reserve my opinion in a minute. But I really would like to know from all of you who are watching, and right now we don't have a ton of you, but we have. What happened to X? Okay. Oh well. Twitter. But right now I think it'd be great to hear from y'all. I have to go check out one of my feeds. For some reason, it's not showing me, and that doesn't work, Mija. Why am I not live? Why am I not live? I'll figure it out later. I think what I'll do is I'll X out of that, remove, cancel. Well, it shows it. You and Twitter. Oh, that's why I got a day 3. Save. Okay, we are good. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. It wasn't showing. I am live. I'm talking on X. It was live and then she kind of it showed it dropped, so I just reinstated it. Okay, we are still waiting for them. We're at 4 hours 28 minutes and 43 seconds over here. And dun, 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 dun. All right. I loved it. Loved it when she got a little pissy. Well, Your Honor, the next question is going to clarify it. Lori really kind of got pissy with the judge. I think that judge has given her a lot of grace. But there was an objection. It was sustained. But Your Honor, it's going to clarify in the next question. I was like, girl. No attorney could get away with that. Gerald says 2 to 4. She needs to focus on her questions. Jane says that's a 3 to 4. I still think she's listening to the individual that is assigned to help her. I agree. I think that person has done a phenomenal job in helping her. I do believe she's learned a lot of lingo from her other trials, but I still believe she's needing to be more focused. It's like she's asking a question and they're answering and she's reading the next question. I think if she would be more focused on their answers and have more follow through, and she would do better. But she's got a list of questions she's going to get in. Those are going to be lists of questions that she's got to get in. So we'll see what happens. Oh, never mind. I can't say it. Y'all got to see this. I felt so bad. Watch what happens. They all fall in. Y'all, that is horrible. That is so horrible. Can you imagine trying to bury your loved one and falling in? How many of y'all remember Minnie Pearl? Who knows about Miss Minnie Pearl? Let me know. I haven't heard Miss Diane pop in yet. So let's recap real quick. Today, we have watched a little bit of the Monica Simatilli trial. In the Monica Simatilli trial, we had a fire investigator on the stand, and that fire investigator, I think, was really good. However, I think, though, he was depending on or using policies, procedures, and expectations that are here today that were not in place back in 2007. But very good examples of the fires. I'm going to go ahead and do this. Very good examples of the fires. I love the videos. The indoor one, it was really good because a lot of people don't realize how fast fire goes up and spreads the ceiling. And then as that ceiling burned, everything else kind of starts crashing down and catching fire. Oh, Minnie Pearl. Yes, I saw her at the Grand Ole Opry. Oh, she was great. God, that woman. She made a niche for herself, that's for sure. I really felt that. And then the example of shorts, men's kind of basketball shorts, being lit with the match, not treated with any kind of chemical, how slow it burned, and then again treating it with a chemical propellant, and then seeing how fast it just goes, and it does. I remember Minnie Pearl. The sternum trial. That's right. Sorry about that, Joe. I'm back on the sternum trial. I'm sorry. Over on the sternum trial. I'm reading comments and losing track of my thoughts. I got to get better at that. So in the sternum trial, Linda Sterner, not Steemem, Sterner. Sturmer trial. Thank you. In the Linda Sturmer trial, that fire investigator, I thought he did a good job, but I also thought, though, that he was very attackful and trying to discredit the investigator that actually investigated the fire. It is so easy to sit here and criticize somebody's work, no matter how good they are, and that's what he did. But I believe that the examples of the videos were really good, especially how fast a fire will just go and really just explode on somebody when a propellant used versus when one is not used. So I thought that was fabulous. I loved Minnie Pearl on Hee Haw. Yes, Hee Haw was fabulous. But do you know what? I didn't realize how racist and politically incorrect Hee Haw was. You look at it now, and if we did the exact same thing that they did, they'd be shut down on the first day. They would have been shut down on the very first day. I have to say, I mean, I was shocked. Now that I look back on it, and I'm going, did they just get away with saying that? But anyway, and her price tag, always had a price tag on the hat. Yep, Minnie Pearl was awesome. So anyway, the Sturmer trial is a redo. It's a retrial because she got off on it. Well, she was found guilty, spent some time in prison, did an appeal, won the appeal, having a new trial. And right now, all the votes that have been done on her said trial, let me see if I can get down to comments. All of those votes, I think 83% of the votes were guilty. I like a verdict on this Simatilli trial before I go to bed. I want one too. We're in 4 hours, 35 minutes, and 38 seconds. That is where we are right now in that particular trial. Let me put it over here. I'm going to sneeze. I tried to stop it. Y'all, we went and had Italian food last night. It's going, Ada, eat me. I'm delicious. And I'm going, no, no. So forgive me for the misconception. So Monica Simatilli is in jury watch, verdict watch. The Linda Sturmer trial is still going. They haven't, I don't know who's on the stand right now. And then we have Lori Daybell. I think Lori has done well considering no one else is commenting on how I thought she did. So I'm going to end it. But I will say that I think she is holding her own. Out of the worst being a 1 and a 10 being the best, I'm going to put her at a 5, maybe a 5.6. Putting her a little higher than you guys are. Because we have seen the worst of the worst in pro ses. But I have not seen a good pro se, so I'm giving a little bit more leeway for that. Has anybody seen a trial where somebody was pro se and actually did a really good job? Oh, I want to Google it. Oh, my Googlers. Can somebody find out if somebody was pro se and won their case? Has that happened in recent past? Does anybody know? Wow, used Tesla's prices dropped 21% as owners are exiting the brand. Wow. Oh. So anyway, it was all come on. I like a verdict. Yeah, come on, we need a verdict. I am kind of shocked it's taking so long. I didn't hear the pipeline. Oh. Hold on, I'm looking for something, y'all. I cannot repeat that. Okay, a few. All right, guys, send jokes. We need dad jokes. It's that time of the day, and we have some of y'all who are really good at dad jokes. So we need dad jokes. Let me see if I can find us some. Did you hear the one about the guy who sued Southwest over his lost luggage? Now let's see if I can open it and get the answer. Oh, that's bad. Oh my gosh. Okay, y'all. Okay, here's some dad jokes. Did you hear? I'm trying to get over here so I can see everything. Okay. Did you hear the one about the guy who sued Southwest over his lost luggage? He won the lawsuit, but lost his case. Murphy's Law states that if something can go wrong, it will. Cole's law is just thinly sliced cabbage. What's Cole's law? I don't know. I don't get that one. Why don't lawyers trust Adams? Come on, guys. Why don't lawyers trust Adams? No answers? They make up everything. Justice is a dish best served cold. Otherwise, you end up with just water. Just ice. Oh, got it. Justice is Justice, is a dish best served cold. Otherwise, you end up with just water. That's an interesting one. When a child won't go down for a nap or bedtime, should they be prosecuted for refusing arrest? These are so stupid. But anyway, that's what they are. Stupid dad jokes. What can I say? Why do attorneys always carry a pencil? In case they need to draw their conclusions. Oh my God. Really? Really? Not bad though. Why was the math book sad? Because it had too many problems. Oh, come on, y'all. Nobody's participating. Ah. Why was a lawyer always calm? Because he knew how to defend themselves. That is insanely stupid. But I like it. Oh, save changes. Let's see if it gets me back up in there. What do you call a lawyer who doesn't chase ambulances? Retired. How do you make a small claims court smile? Jury rig it. These are real stupid dad court jokes. Well, Chris H., put a joke up. Google and find a dad joke and put it in the comments. After a complicated trial, a lawyer went to a local restaurant to wind down. What would you like with your orange juice? Oh. Okay. Okay, here we go. Why does a milking stool only have 3 legs? Why? Why? I know why, really, but why? Why do criminal cases take so long to finish? Because they can't handle the time.
All right, please be seated. We're back on the record.
All right, Chris, give us the answer. Justice. Oh, yep.
The jury is present. The state can call its next witness.
Oh, because the cow had the udder. That's good. That's real good. What do you call a judge with no sense of humor? What do you call a judge with no sense of humor? A grievance. How do attorneys sleep? First, he lies on one side, and then he lies on the other. Lies.
All right, ma'am, you're going to come right
Why
up
do we
here
tell
in
actors
front
break a leg? Because
of
it's
me
better
and
than
be
getting
sworn
sued
in.
for breaking someone's arm. Good one. Good one. Oh.
All right, you're going to have a seat just over here to my left.
Oh, I got to get the new person's name up here.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Christina Atwood.
How old are you, Christina?
I'm 52.
If you can get just a little closer, you're very soft to the,
52.
thank you. I know nobody wants to say that loud. Do you live here in Arizona?
Yes,
Did you live here in Arizona in 2019?
I did.
Are you from here?
Not originally.
How long have you been in Arizona?
2009.
I want to start by asking you a little bit about some personal part of your life. Are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes,
Oh, you poor baby.
Were you raised in that religion?
I was.
As
I'm
a
kidding.
member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, did you ever meet Lori Vallow?
I did.
Do you recall
Poor baby.
sort of where you first met her? Start with that.
At church.
And do you recall approximately when you first met her?
We moved into that area in 2010, and I'm not sure if their family was there at that time or not, but
Sometime after that?
yes,
And did you know her husband, Charles Vallow?
yes,
Was that also through church?
yes.
Did you initially, well, let me start. Did you know they were married?
Yes.
Did you have more
Did you
contact
have an affair?
with one over the other?
More with Lori than with Charles.
And why was that?
My sons and husband had interaction with Lori through the primary program. And I didn't have much interaction with her before they moved to Hawaii. But when her and Charles had moved to Hawaii, we went on a trip and we stopped to visit, and Charles was not at home. And so we interacted with Lori on that trip.
Do you see Lori Vallow at that time in the courtroom today?
I'm sorry, what was that?
See Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Purple top and suit coat, dark suit coat.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
Okay, so you told us that you met Lori and Charles through the church.
I wonder if she's going to have her witnesses identify her.
Do you know how long
Damn.
you went to church with them before they moved to Hawaii?
I don't recall what year they moved, but I know that we moved to the area in 2010 and we went and visited in 2015.
And that's you visited them in
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Other than that, well, let me ask you, when you visited Lori in Hawaii, were her kids there with her? That you said they lived there, right?
Yes.
Okay, so did you know at that time how many children were living with Lori and Charles?
2.
Who were they?
JJ and Tylee. I don't know if Tylee was there that weekend. She may have been gone. It might have just been JJ.
But you were familiar with them having those 2 children?
Yes.
Residing with them?
Oh, and I also had known her son before they moved to Hawaii, was in our ward as well. But he wasn't living in Hawaii, I don't believe.
That was, do you know if that was Colby?
Yes.
Was he a son from a prior marriage?
Yes.
Did you know any of Charles's children from a prior marriage?
No.
When you went to Hawaii and saw Lori and JJ, how long did you spend, a day or weeks? How long were you visiting them?
We visited on a Sunday afternoon for an hour or 2, and then sometime in that week we got together for a couple of hours on the ocean, just paddleboarding, and that was it.
Had you had social interactions with Lori and Charles prior to going to Hawaii?
Not not anything of other than waving or saying hello or something, no.
So mostly it would have been prior to that tied to any church activities or
Right.
things like that.
Correct.
Did you at some point learn that Lori and Charles had moved back to Arizona?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I don't, I'm not positive if it was that I ran into them in the temple, because I recall one time seeing them both at the temple.
And do you recall if that was around 2018?
Like, yes,
When you saw, you said you ran into them, you're saying both Charles and Lori you saw at the temple.
yes,
And so you learned they're back in Arizona at this point. Is that correct?
yes.
Did you ever have Lori ask you to go with her to Hawaii?
Yes, she did invite me.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was the fall or late summer of 2018, but I'm not positive.
Do you recall ever telling, well, do you remember being interviewed by the police?
Yes,
And were you interviewed by a couple different detectives?
yes,
In April of 2021, do you remember speaking with a detective, Ron Ball?
yes,
And do you remember telling him that sort of the beginning of the year of 2019 is when Lori asked you if you wanted to go to Hawaii?
could have been, yep,
Does that sound familiar to you?
yes.
Did she tell you why she wanted to go to Hawaii?
No, I don't recall.
Let me ask you this. When you spoke with the police back in 2020, was your memory better at that point about all of what
For
was going
sure.
on? Now that it's 2025, has your memory faded as to some of the details?
Yes,
Would listening to a portion of your interview about that help potentially refresh your recollection?
yes.
And Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal go up with Exhibit 282.
Go ahead.
Okay, y'all. I have to say this. What happened when Joe went on Dolly Parton's diet? Yeah, what happened when Joe went on Dolly Parton's diet?
Who was Joe?
It's a joke.
Oh,
Jolene, 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 Jolene.
that's just
I'm sorry, that just popped up. Back to trial.
hold it a minute. Let me finish cleaning my glasses. I can't see anything. If I can't see, I can't hear.
There's something wrong with that. You're the interpreter. You shouldn't have to see to hear.
I do though. If I can't see, I can't hear. Oh, there's everything.
Well, and they're still moving around and wiggling, and I can't do anything about it.
Have you
That
heard
is so cute.
about
Jolene, 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 Jolene. Someone just sent that to me
Oh,
in Discord.
You can just
I thought
listen
that
to
was
this,
just too
and
cute.
see if that refreshes your recollection as to why Lori was asking you to go to Hawaii and when.
I'm sorry. That was just too cute. If you don't like it, I'm sorry.
Ada,
Yes.
what's happened in the other trial? Jury come back, verdict?
All right. Similtilly is literally 4 hours, 56 minutes, and 55 seconds.
Jury being out?
Verdict watch.
Oh,
In the Linda Sturmer trial, we've had a fire investigator, another fire investigator on the stand, contradicting and trying to tear apart the first fire investigator's
oh. Is she the one that
investigated the fire.
is she the one that the husband was coming outside and
He was on fire. She started a house fire is what they're saying.
yeah.
He burnt, and then she ran over him with the van to finish him off.
Oh, oh nice.
But there's a DNA, red DNA, underneath the
Bumper?
okay, they're still moving. Underneath the undercarriage of the van behind the tire on the axle. And
Really?
there's a tire track in the ground, and on each side of the tire track you have red liquid substance called, and then on that tire where it rolled over, there's blood.
Really?
The house fire, okay, I don't know if she started that or not, but running over him with the van
Was that you talking
doesn't matter.
to the
To
detective?
me, the fire
about,
doesn't matter. What
this
matters is
time
did you
period
run him
in
over with the van,
January,
because that's what finished him
where
off.
Lori's asking you to go to Hawaii, and there's a lot of things going on there.
Yes, I recall that. I actually remembered the invitation being prior to that, and what I was referring to there was something else.
So there was a prior time you had gone to Hawaii to see Lori and
Carol,
the
do you want to
fire
come here for a
fighting,
minute,
correct?
please?
No, I just gone in 2015 with my family.
Okay,
That's the only time
that you went there with
that I
her.
went there. Yes.
Okay, so having listened to that recording, did it refresh your recollection about Lori inviting you to Hawaii in sort of the January of 2019 period?
Yes, but I didn't say there that I was invited to go, and I thought that that was previous to that time, but at some point in either the fall or the spring there, I thought it was the fall, winter, she invited me to go to Hawaii.
Okay.
And I wasn't able to go.
When, well, let me ask you. So in January of 2019, did Lori reach out to you about some things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about her marriage?
She shared that she was upset with Charles.
And did she indicate whether or not she was still living with him?
She had indicated that she was not with him at the time.
Did she indicate that she had gone to Hawaii?
Yes.
And did she indicate that she was not telling anyone that she was there?
She indicated that she was keeping it, that there wasn't very many people she was sharing it with. Yes.
Okay. Did she indicate that Charles was back in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had JJ with him in Texas?
Yes.
Did she indicate that her daughter Tylee was staying with her brother Alex?
Yes.
Did she indicate that Charles had tried to take her temple recommend away, and this was one of the reasons she left?
Yes.
And was it her, did she tell you that she didn't want Charles to know where she was?
I don't recall.
So if you had said that to the police back in April of 2021, would your memory have been better?
For
back then?
sure.
Do you contest that you told the police back then that she was trying to make sure that Charles didn't know where she was?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Would you, if you had told the police back in April of 2021 that Lori told you she didn't want Charles to know where she was, would you have been truthful back then?
For
telling
sure,
him that?
yes.
Okay. Do you know how long she stayed in Hawaii?
I don't.
Did you ever become aware of her going to Idaho as well?
No, not until December of 2019.
Do you
Oh,
know
no, they're looking at evidence.
how long she
Come back to
stayed,
times for this kind of case.
how long she didn't let Charles know where she was?
I don't recall.
At some point, did you learn she was back in Arizona?
Yes.
Did she reach out to you to invite you to any groups?
Well, they
Yes.
were an impasse on the second
Do you
count.
recall approximately
The
when
whole time.
the first time it was that you met
Counts 1 and
with
5.
her in some group format in 2019?
I believe
Nobody-
it was spring 2019, maybe February.
And do you recall, were there other people at that meeting?
Yes.
Do you recall who was there?
Yes.
Who was it?
Zulema, Melanie Gibb, Nicole Earl, and Serena Sharp.
Who organized that? Or who invited you? Let me ask that. Did Lori invite you, or did one of these other women invite you?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whose house it was at?
It was at Zulema's.
And did you know at that time if Lori and Charles were still separated?
Could you say that
Sure.
again?
Did you know at this meeting if Lori and Charles were still separated, living in different homes?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you know who was caring for JJ at that time?
Yes, I believe she was at Alex's.
JJ?
Oh, sorry, JJ. I believe JJ was in Texas.
Still with Charles?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said Tylee was still staying with her uncle Alex?
Yes.
Did you know where Lori was living at that time?
With Alex.
Had you met these other women prior to this meeting in February-ish of 2019?
The only other person that I knew was Nicole Earl.
Okay. So this was the first time you were meeting the person whose house it was at, Zulema?
Correct.
The first time that you were meeting Melanie Gibb?
Correct.
And the first time you said Serena, is that Serena Sharp?
Correct.
Was there anything that Lori said at this meeting in February-ish of 2019 that she said about Charles that stood out to you?
She was concerned about dark spirits plaguing him.
Did she in fact tell you that he was possessed by dark spirits?
I don't recall.
did you recall talking to the police, again, back in April of 2021, and advising them that this is the first time you're hearing that Charles is possessed?
If I said it then yes.
Um, When you were meeting on this weekend, or this weekend, what do you remember about this group meeting? Was it a night, a weekend? How was that?
It was an evening. We may have met twice in the evening that weekend.
Did you know where Serena was from? Like, did she live locally?
She did not. She was visiting from out of state.
When you were meeting at these in February of 2019, do you recall telling police that Lori was talking about Charles being dark or having a dark spirit?
Yes,
And do you recall saying that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
sorry, can you say that one more time?
Sure. Do you recall telling the police that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by?
I don't recall, but believe that I said it.
Would listening to your recording help refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes.
Your Honor, if we can have her listen to Exhibit 200.
Go ahead.
was trying to make sure that
I'm sorry, y'all can't hear me. Y'all can't hear me. Dag nabbit. Okay, I said my mama called checking on me because of Sensei, and she almost got me crying on that again. Um, no, the other feed's the same way. So yeah, no, that's on them. Okay. Um, mama, I have to take mama's calls. Always take your mama's calls. No matter what you're doing, take your mama's calls.
I'm
Uh,
not
I had,
proof,
huh?
proof of that.
Yeah, I saw that too. I saw that too. So I think you're right. I was just getting ready to tell you that they had made an adjustment to the clock and it shows 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 32. So that's the actual physical time. So they've taken out the breaks and all that stuff. There was a moment that the camera was really shaking a lot, like people were moving.
Yeah.
But it never did cut away. So God knows what was going on that one. But why are we no sound right now in this court, even on the other feed? I'm going back for a second.
No clue.
She was visiting from out of state.
We done said that.
No, I backed it up for a second.
Well,
I want to see what's going on because we dropped sound.
when you were meeting at these in February of 2019,
what's your name?
all telling police that
What?
Lori was talking
little
about
bit.
Charles being dark or having a dark spirit,
Yes.
and you recall saying that he was possessed and she had a name for who he was possessed by.
Yeah,
Sorry, can you
this
say
is
that one more
the same
time?
for this feed here. Why do we not have sound? Nobody has sound. Is this a sidebar?
She was listening to what she was saying.
Yeah, but
I don't know. I'm guesstimating.
yeah, but when the prosecution came up after Lori rested, we have no sound. And I have 3 different feeds up and none of them have sound.
Yeah, they broke it.
Yeah, none of them have sound. See?
Yeah, well,
Now I'm going to another one. I'm going, y'all. I'm doing everything I can to figure out what's going on.
you're doing it.
No, there's not a single feed that has sound right now.
Everybody doing it.
Oh, you did find something. Let's hear. Pro se defendant Harold Stewart was accused of unaliving a man in Prince George County. He won his case of February of 2008. I had asked for someone to find a case that we call it Red Room, but that's fine. Elena, they did find a case where somebody represented themselves pro se and won. That's interesting.
Yeah. He must have been a pretty smart fellow.
Okay, someone said the public is not entitled to hear everything unless we're in the courtroom. And even then, the judge can sidebar. So they're proffering something.
What
It's
does
okay.
proffer mean?
It's almost like a pre-questioning. They're going to ask them questions to see if whatever they're going to testify to can be brought into court, like a
And,
testimony.
and she says it's the court feed.
Could be the court feed, could be a proper.
I want to know where your pretty nails went to.
They
You
were.
got,
Well,
you got, you got little bald men, little sad bald men.
here's the thing: when they get to a certain length of overgrowth, about that far out,
You can't take it.
I find they charge me a little more for the fill.
Yeah. So you go ahead and take them off. It's
And,
cheaper.
and as my nails grow out, they curl because they're so thin that I find by removing them and going in and getting a fresh new set every other fill is cheaper
Yeah.
and they stay on better.
Yeah. Well, mine ought to be wonderful when I go get them done there. Guess what?
Long man, I was typing and hitting everything.
You remember when I told you I just really had to work with Margie so she didn't put anything on the closet floor?
Yeah.
It didn't work. I went in last night to do something, I opened the closet door and went, and I just, oh Jesus, give me, I don't pray for patience. I went, oh dear Jesus, give me grace. Oh, so I was like, okay, give me grace. Have you had air fried okra?
No.
Lovely. It's got the flavor of okra without any slime.
Oh, I don't like. I always do fried okra.
Well, yeah. I
I
well,
don't do okra. I don't do slimy okra.
neither. But the air fried okra. Do you have a Lowe's?
Yeah.
No, not the Lowe's hardware store. The Lowe's grocery store.
Not us. No.
Well, but check around in your grocery stores and see if they have a air fried food section over there. And oh, it's amazing. It,
Just buy the. Is it like a frozen air fried okra?
no,
What are you talking about?
this is fresh air fried okra. It's not frozen.
Oh no, I don't think we have that.
Oh my, it's just lovely. I was introduced to it today.
Well, I just ate prosciutto.
Prosciutto, oh yes. I've known about prosciutto for years, love. I should have introduced
Prosciutto.
you.
Prosciutto.
Tastes like licorice.
What wasn't prosciutto? That's the meat.
What are you talking about?
I remember. See, where's a little baguette, and you get all the garlic and tomatoes and capers and tomato, all that. Oh God, I asked earlier, and anyway, that's what I had for lunch. Well, we are at this is the moment. Oh, I thought the clock had stopped for a second. I was going to get all up in that.
You can get all excited, weren't you?
This is the hour.
This is the day.
Song
You had these.
in performance. Never seen them before.
I'm gonna check and see if you can get them on Amazon. These were given to me, and they're really good. All natural, freeze-dried strawberry bananas, and it has
How much sugar? How many carbs?
I'm looking to see if I can tell.
If I'm going to cheat on carbs, it's going to be bread.
14, but that's for the whole bag.
Oh, you were quoting? Oh, it's okay, honey bun. Quoting from the Washington Post. Pro se defendant Harold was accused of, oh, yes. Oh, no, that's fine, honey. That's fine. We're all good. After 2 hours, we're
Yeah.
good. You were fabulous, doll. Anyway, what were you saying, beloved?
Yeah, it's got oh, there's a little PC in there. So I think it's got like I do not have my magnifying glass. I think it says 14, 14 grams, 1 5, no sugar, no fat of any kind, no cholesterol,
With, huh?
no cholesterol.
That
And,
real,
huh?
that real food?
Yeah, yeah. They are all natural freeze dried strawberry banana.
I thought about getting, eventually when I get my home and everything all done, I thought about getting a really nice dehydrator.
Yeah. Well, my new stove, it'll do everything but have a baby.
Your new stoves will do everything but have a new baby.
Yeah, everything
Let
but
me
have
look at the stove you have. I wanna look at that stove. I may want a stove. It may pop out a baby.
it may. Well, I mean, it's Wi-Fi, it's Bluetooth, it's
Bluetooth Wi-Fi stove?
yep, and
Okay,
it's
wait. Shh.
It
Okay,
was
we got
just
it back.
very negative, and that she didn't believe that Serena was going to be good after all, something to that effect.
So prior to that meeting, Serena had been at the meeting at Zulema's house,
Yes, just the one.
and she had been on a Zoom meeting maybe.
Yes,
And then this meeting in June, she
It
was
was
no,
not.
she was not. And at that point, Lori seemed to be talking negative of her.
correct.
Um, When you talked to Lori about these statements that you had heard Alex say and her say on the 9th, did you continue to meet up with Lori after that?
No,
Did Lori ever invite you to any more of these gatherings or prayers?
I was invited one time to go for lunch.
When was that?
Was
No,
not.
she was not. And at that point, Lori seemed to be
Guys,
talking
I'm
negative of
switching
her.
back.
Correct.
Okay, guys, I'm switching back to the court TV feed because I know I won't get a copyright strike. Okay, there we go.
When you talked to Lori about these statements that you had heard Alex say and her say on the 9th, did you continue to meet up with Lori after that?
No,
Did Lori ever invite you to any more of these gatherings or prayers?
I was invited one time to go for lunch.
When was that?
I believe August.
So between June and August, you did not receive any other invitations?
No,
Did you at some point learn that Charles had been killed?
yes.
How did you learn that?
I received a text message that he had been killed.
And who did you think had killed Charles?
Originally, when I received the message, I believed it was a brother-in-law of his. And so it was some time before I realized that Alex had been involved.
So initially you had said when you met with Lori that you would go to the police, but when you learned Charles was killed, your understanding was it was someone else.
Correct.
So when you learned it was Alex, What was going through your head then?
I had somebody who had visited with Lori about it and had said that,
Without going into their hearsay, let me just
Okay.
ask you this. Had you spoken to someone who was passing along information to you of
Did she just lawyer correct that witness? Go, girl.
what they understood had happened?
yes,
The shooting of Charles by Alex was about a month after you had heard him say he wanted to kill Charles, correct?
yes.
Did you feel like after you confronted Lori that she distanced herself?
Okay, I need to address this. Elena, YouTube will not let us say the M word because of some of our monetizations. See, if you're monetized, certain words get you demonetized. And so monetization, we really don't make pennies. I mean, if you have 10,000 views, yeah, you make money. But someone like me, I'm lucky to make 2 cents. But doesn't matter. If you say the RA blank blank word, the red room, I take murder and turn it backwards. And I just said it.
You
But
did.
I'm over 5 hours in, so I may not get caught for that. But we do have to be careful with some of our words. So a lot of times some people will say unalive. We can't say the S word that means somebody self unalived. So we use, yeah, we hate censorship. We didn't have anything to do with it, but we can't say the word like self-harm, self-unalived. So yeah. So when you see us skirting around some of these words, we can't say the G word, but we can say something like pew pew. I hate that word. I say lead shooter. I like lead shooter better. And I say lead unless it's not lead. But anyway, so when you hear us modifying some of the words, it's the censorship for the monetization.
From you.
That helps.
Yes.
Did that seem to be the same as what you heard and saw happening with Serena?
I don't know.
Okay. On the 9th, you had heard Lori talking negative about Serena, correct?
Yes.
And she hadn't been invited to that meeting.
She lived out of state, so it wasn't surprised that she wasn't invited.
Had she flown in for a previous meeting though?
Yes,
So
just the one, the initial one.
in terms of your interactions with Lori, did she ever tell you that she was joking about her husband being possessed?
No,
Did she ever tell you she was joking about him having this dark spirit inhabiting him?
no,
And did she ever, you told us that she told you there was a name for this spirit that you don't recall now, correct?
yes,
Did she ever tell you she was joking about that?
no.
No other questions. Thank you.
All right, Cross,
No questions, Your Honor.
are there any questions for this witness?
So Lori did not do a cross? Oh,
Ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
surprise. Uh-oh.
Sidebar.
I'm going to mute it because I don't want to hear that. Boop. Boop. I don't want to hear all that. So, how you doing, Miss Diane?
I'm doing okay.
I don't know when they're going to, what time did they get? I think it was 6:30, almost 7 yesterday. We may have another hour-ish. ish. And we're in 3 hours, 54 minutes, and 15 actual seconds of jury deliberation. They took off for the break times. So yeah, still in deliberation for her. How do you sign deliberation? I know how I'd do it.
They are in discussion. Yeah.
To decide guilty,
Guilty, not guilty.
not guilty. Guilty or not guilty. Well,
I have to pull out and look. There's some words like possession that I want to look up.
like what?
Possession.
Possession
And
is ownership.
Yeah, but
Oh, possessed by evil,
Mhm.
controlled by evil.
yeah, that
That's
would
how
be
I like someone is evilly possessed. I would go evil controlled person.
because I did overcome. Is what I was doing.
Or yeah.
It's like,
I that's what I've always done. Evil. This is devil, evil. However you want to do it, controlled.
because I've got the
But if you have an exact sign,
I do have because I've got the point case.
more than one way to skin that cat.
I just have to find it. What I'm thinking about.
Well, let me
She's part of the Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Yep.
Okay, I have the ASL Bible by the Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So I'll look and see what they use.
You have their Bible?
ASL. Yeah. Yes. I had a friend, sweet, sweet woman. She went, and every time they come out with a new DVD, she'd bring me one.
Hey, do you have another one?
Advise you
No.
to avoid any sort of information about this case outside this
I know.
courtroom. To avoid any sort of information about this case outside this courtroom. 30 a.m. Again, I'll remind you of the admonition and
8:30 a.m.
advise you to avoid any sort of information about this case outside this courtroom.
He must be tired. Said he'd see him at 8:30.
I'm sorry, you couldn't hear me. We are recapping real quick. They are going to be back at 9:00 their time tomorrow, which is I think 12 plus the delay. So it's 9 a.m. plus their delay time. Hold on. I got to mute Diane. You're to make too much noise. We had some words coming across on the screen. You could.
For the day.
I apologize, Your Honor. I said I apologize for not having a person here.
All right. Thank you.
We had an audio feed, but no visual. Sorry, Diane.
That's all right. You can shut me up. I understand.
Okay, they're done.
So
So we'll be back manana on that.
Oh, how did she unalive her 7-year-old?
Both of them. I'll tell you in private because some people on here, I'm trying in all honesty, there's some people on here that are very sensitive to that.
Sure.
So I want to not
totally
reiterate all that.
I just
Promise, but I will tell you in private.
Sure. Look what I got.
Let's do, y'all. We only had 5 likes. Oh, how pretty. Come on, y'all. If you've not liked the video, go put a thumbs up and like the video. And then put the word I liked in comments. I'll give you a few minutes to do it. We only had 5 today. Come on. Get the numbers up.
Get the numbers up.
If you are in Facebook, if you are in X, comment I liked, and I will get you on this end. You will be in the drawing. Okay? Please. Hi, Debbie Fox. Welcome very much. The censorship is ridiculous using stupid words other than what they actually are. To flattery refuse to use the ridiculous made-up word. Yep. I flatly refuse. Well, I do also am trying to be careful because I know that we do have some people. Thank you, Miss Morales. We do have some people who do have sensitivities to some words, and I'm trying to be respectful. Miss June, thank you.
Where do you do that?
And comments. Well, first of all, you give a thumbs up when you click on the live.
Click on live.
Click on get into my live like you're watching it on YouTube.
YouTube?
Well, and yeah, you go to YouTube.
All right, I'll go to YouTube.
Open up my live like you're watching it.
Okay.
And you'll have a place to put thumbs up, thumbs down. Give a thumbs up.
YouTube. And go to
Ada K.
All right, I can do that.
So then, but anyway, so I thought that she's done a pretty decent job on self-representing.
Hey, Brown?
Huh?
Yeah.
Then in the comments section, where you can put a comment, put I-L-I-K-E-D.
Okay.
Oh, you're still on that.
Okay.
I have about 30 minutes before the shop closes, so I'm going to now, don't get mad, everybody. We're going to go back to the Sturmer trial because I want to try and see how long they're going to go for the verdict watch. So we're going to go, you don't need to interpret, Diane, if you're not wanting to, but we're going to go over here to the Sturmer trial, and they're getting a new witness.
You want me to take this trash to discard?
That witness has been on the stand all Vegas.
It started in early 90s, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Oh, love the accent. Love the accent. Oh.
Is there a requirement?
In the study.
That have been admitted?
That's an exhibit.
Okay. Is that admitted? Okay. Was that admitted? No.
No, that's mine. I just referred into it.
Oh, yeah.
Molly, any other witnesses? Any other witnesses? Okay. You may call your next witness.
I just did 5 seconds on this thing and it acted like I did 20.
If you pause briefly. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. And once you're settled in, we'll have you tell us your full name and spell the last, please.
My name is Mariusz Ziejewski, Ziejewski.
Thank you. Mr. Mueller?
What a
Sir,
name.
can you tell us what you do for a profession?
What a wonderful
I'm a
name.
university professor at North Dakota State University.
And what is your specialty or what do you specialize in?
My specialty is impact biomechanics.
What is that?
Well, that's application of physics, engineering principles in the study of forces on human body and effect of this.
Perkins.
We got something.
The jury, they want the recording of Austin's Perkins conversation, if possible. At that time, I sent back the note for clarification by the jury, and then they said, we'd like the recordings and or the transcript, but the recording is preferred. As I understand it, there is no recording or transcript that is in evidence. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. And that's my answer to the jury. We can have the jury and alternates, please.
Would you buzz in the jury and go get the alternates?
You want to say there was testimony?
I do not add to questions. I answer them.
Whoa! I
Okay,
love
missed that.
love.
Okay, what happened there? I missed it. What happened? I missed it.
They wanted a recording that was they asked for a recording and they don't have it and they're not going to get it.
Okay.
It wasn't admitted into evidence, but obviously it was referred to. So we're going to hear it. The judge is going to tell them.
Okay.
We're going to hear it. I think we're going to hear it.
Maybe.
They're going to send the note back. Okay. We'll go back. Okay. Here we
I
go.
received the following communication from the jury. They want the recording of Austin's Perkins conversation, if possible. At that time, I sent back the note for clarification by the jury, and then they said, we'd like the recordings and or the transcript, but the recording is preferred. As I understand it, there is no recording or transcript that is in evidence. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. And that's my answer to the jury. We can have the jury and alternates, please.
Panic.
Would you buzz in the jury and go get the
Your mouth is open, the head movement.
You want to say there was
What the hell happened?
testimony?
I do not add to questions. I answer them.
She looks a little nervous.
Tell it like it is, Your Honor. Stress. It's very stressful. Even if you're innocent and you're going through this, it's stressful. So yeah. Matt, don't shut the door. Please.
So loud, you're interrupting my conversation.
Well, tell me I'm loud and I'll calm down, but it gets too muggy in here.
Yeah, I understand that.
Shut the door, keep out the door. Now he knows how I feel when he's gaming.
Yeah.
I'm taking customers and I go up there and we could hear him going, what the?
Yes, we can. He's very loud. He
Move,
just-
move, jump, move. Oh God, they're coming back. I mean, he would. I mean, flank, no, the other way.
The jury and also now joined us. Good afternoon. Jury number 10, you are the foreperson. Is that correct?
We got a verdict?
Following communication from you and the jury that you wish the recording of Austin's Perkins conversation, if possible, at which time I sent the note back for clarification. We'd like the recordings and or the transcript, but the recording is preferred. The recording of the Perkins operation of Austin and any transcript was never received in evidence. That should answer the jury's question. It's now 4:00. I'm going to let you go. The admission applies still now. And you'll return tomorrow. I understand because of rehab, you're coming back at 10 o'clock. Is that correct? Okay. Have a good evening.
Did you see that behavior?
Well, you know.
Okie dokie, y'all. Okie dokie, stokey. All right. So we will be in jury deliberations again tomorrow for the Monica and Matilde. Then we will be oh, thank you for all the smileys. I don't know who's doing it. I love it when I get all these hearts and smileys. I'm doing my own right now. I don't get enough of those. So thank you. That really blesses me when you do that. And it also helps my engagement. When you guys are engaging, even if it's just throwing up a heart 100% or whatever one of those little things are, those emojis up in there, it really does help. So it is now 6:00 my time. I'm trying to reserve as much as I can because next week I'm going to be in this seat at 6:30 in the morning till 10:00 at night, probably next week. So, until, the Lori Daybell trial and the Karen Reed trial finish. So, darn, no verdict. I know. But I think we'll have one by tomorrow. But anyway, so I'm trying to get myself, I got to get my home straightened out. I'm trying to get ready for the next 6 to 8 weeks of nightmare schedule. Although I'm going to love every minute of it, I'm sure.
I'm sure you.
So anyway, with that, Miss Diane, thank you for joining us. As always, I love you dearly, honey. And you have a fabulous evening. Everybody say goodbye to Miss Diane. Bye. And now we're going to do the drawing. And then we're going to leave. I hate this. Oh, it does it every time. Okie dokie, y'all. Let's get this drawing going. Good luck to the person who will be entered into the end of the month drawing, and that person will be Gerald. Oh my gosh, you finally got one. Yay! Okie dokie, y'all. So y'all have a great evening. We will see you here tomorrow. You will make sure that you have me make sure the bells click so you'll know when I go live later tonight. I got to get homework done. And then later tonight, I'll set up my streams once I know exactly what time, my time, everybody goes live because there's always a delay. So we'll get all that done. We'll get it up. We'll see y'all in the morning. It is, it's way night your time out and about with Diane and also Elena. It must be almost midnight for you. So all of y'all overseas, everybody who's joining me on both Facebook, YouTube, and X and Instagram, if it happened, we will see y'all in the morning. Thank you so much for joining. Have a great evening. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.